the place.
So I like it. No.
Yes.
The best.
We're on our page. So it's a.
Okay, the October 14th meeting of the planning board of the town of Rochester is called to order. If you will stand and join me in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Stacy, would you call the roll?
Chair Jones,
Here.
Member Nelson.
Here.
Member Duda. Present. Member Festrin.
Here.
Member Farmel. Here. Member Pinsky is absent and Member Roberts.
Yeah. And we have
We have David Church,
Taylor here,
Dave Gordon.
David Gordon here, our attorney,
Yes.
and Greg Bowler is coming at about 7 o'clock.
Okay.
All right. All right, so I'd like to approve the minutes from our last meeting. They're attached to your electronic copy of the agenda. That would be the minutes with the meeting of 9/29. Anybody have any comments on those? I'll entertain a motion then.
Make a motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
Peter, second. Hans, seconds. All in favor? Aye. Chair votes aye, so it's 6, 1 absent. Okay, the next item, what I'd like to do is to get the board to agree to cancel the not tonight. Cancel the second meeting of the November and December. And the reason is they run SMIT in holiday weeks. And so I just think we've been at this all year, 2 meetings a month. So anybody have any thoughts about that? So anybody in agreement, we'll cancel the second meeting of November and the second meeting of December.
Do you want that?
Okay. So we're gonna make a resolution.
That's the 24th.
24th of November and December 29th.
Thank you. Thank you for those
You need
things. November 24th and December 29th. What, Hans?
You need a motion?
Yes, we need a motion.
I make a motion.
Hans
I
makes a
second
motion.
it.
Alina seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So 6 with 1 absent.
So we're meeting on just to clarify, we're meeting November 10th and then December 8th.
That's right. And then we'll have a new schedule for next month.
Perfect.
And we'll talk about that, but briefly, there's a couple of months where we're gonna do the same thing. Particularly in the summer when people on vacation. We'll have working meetings scheduled, but we won't have a regular schedule. Okay, so the first item on the agenda is Adam and Christina Glasgow, represented by Patty Brooks. And if you remember the last time we spoke of this project, Patty couldn't make it and we didn't have the waiver. So there is in your pile in front of you, excuse me, in the pile in front of you, there is a copy of that waiver since so much time has elapsed since Patty was here and we got the waiver. So just to refresh your memory, this project, we have the decision ready, but we didn't read it last time because we didn't have the waiver. So Patty, you just want to briefly explain what the waiver is asking for?
Sure, absolutely. There are 2 waivers that we are requesting. One of them is section 125-12A, which requires submission and review of a conservation subdivision when 3 or more acres of prime farmland are on the property. But since this is only a 2-lot subdivision, there really is not the possibility to do a conservation subdivision. The entire site is currently wooded with the exception of 1 field area. It's not currently used for farm land, and a conservation layout would yield the same alternative as the subdivision. So we're requesting a waiver for that. The second waiver is section 125B, which restricts any lot in a subdivision to contain not more than 40% of prime farmland soils. Although the majority of proposed lot 1 is considered farmland of statewide importance, the lot is not conducive to farming due to the size. It's 10 acres. The location, the limited road access, and the topography of the land where it gets steep in the back. And there currently are no farms or farming activities in the proximity of this parcel.
Okay. So if you remember, this was only a 2-lot subdivision and it's on 90 some odd acres.
Yeah, 89.96
89.
acres.
That was close. All right, does anybody have any questions about the waiver? Absent those comments, any comments? Anybody want to make a motion to approve the waiver?
I'll make that motion to approve the waiver.
Peter makes the motion.
I'll
Dave
second the
Roberts
motion.
We have
seconds.
to approve them separately, or can we approve them together?
We can prove them together. Okay,
I'll second the motion.
second, to approve, the resolution should read to approve both waivers as contained in this letter. Okay. Have a vote, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Chair votes yes, so 6, 1 absent.
Who motioned and who seconded?
Dave Roberts seconded it. Okay, so now what I'd like to do is to read the decision that we had prepared. That's on your Muni collab in the section called draft decisions. So if you go to the top bar, you hit review and go down to draft decisions. I'm even learning how to use the new system.
So proud.
So it's right there. Anybody can't find it? I have extra copies. Anyone want an extra copy?
I'm in
Maybe you want a
review.
copy? There you go.
It'll say
You're good?
plan
Okay.
review
So
or
just a reminder, this project, we already closed the public hearing quite some time ago, about a month and a half ago. We did a negative declaration on the project, so all the steps, secret steps, and all the proper steps with the public hearing have been taken. So now it's just a matter of reading the decision and inserting the appropriate place, Dave, that the waiver was approved. I'm not
The
going to
most
go.
Recent version has that.
It has,
Stacy, you posted it, right?
I posted it.
So if there's any confusion,
It's the top
the
one.
version that had been on the Unicolab till
I left
recently
full.
was, didn't have the document reference to the waiver request. And didn't have on page 2 the decision you just made to approve the waiver. There's a version it should be a Unicolab.
It's version
Has
3.
both of those now, version 3.
okay, well, I have a paper version here, so you're gonna have to. Do you have the version there? With what we just did tonight, you're gonna
I
type it in?
do, yes.
Okay. So we don't read the whole decision. I'll just highlight the important items. And, so this is a minor subdivision, 2-lot subdivision for Anna and Christina Glasgow, on Queens Highway, 1315 Queens Highway. And, Dave is listed on page 1 and page 2. All of the documents you'll be adding to that, the waiver document. Right?
It's on version 3, if you're looking at that one.
I don't have that one.
Okay.
All right. And then, on page 2, so we have the findings, page 3, continuation of the findings. At the bottom of page 3, we have the general conditions of approval, which are the usual having to do with payment of fees. And then specific conditions of approval, I'm going to read those very quickly. A final subdivision map shall be provided consistent with the maps and other documentation noted above and consistent with all conditions of this approval on page 4. 2, all surveyors and engineers' notes on final map submitted must be followed in the field. 3, documentation of all relevant and required and approved Ulster County Health Department permit shall be provided to the planning board chair prior to signature by the chair of the final subdivision map. 4, the final subdivision map shall show a 100-foot buffer around any wetlands. 5, the applicant shall comply with any and all comments from the town of Rochester Highway Superintendent and Accord Fire District and or town of Rochester Fire Inspector. Patty, did you ever get anything from the Highway Department?
No, I reached out a few times. I think I
Okay.
included you in one of them.
Yeah. All right, we'll talk. I know you did send something. Okay, 6, the applicant shall present written approval from the town highway superintendent for the new driveway, so we're gonna need to pursue that. 7, lot 2 is not planned for development at this time, therefore the applicant will ensure that when proposed for development, The envelope created on the map with notes where the house, driveway, well and septic would be located is used during the development of the map. Any changes need to be approved by the planning board. 8, in addition, and with the understanding that proposed lot 2 is not currently proposed for any development, prior to any approval for a building permit on lot 2, the code enforcement officer shall receive written approval from the town highway superintendent for driveway access, as well as Ulster County Health Department approval as necessary for any sewage treatment system. And 9, the applicant shall present a final subdivision plan for signature. The Town of Rochester Planning Board further grants authority to the chairman to certify that these conditions have been met, at which time the chairman is authorized to sign and date the plat without further resolution by the planning board. This final subdivision approval shall expire 180 days from this approval date, unless all conditions are satisfied and certified as completed. This period may be extended for 2 additional 90-day periods upon completion, upon application to and approval by the Town of Rochester Planning Board. But Dave, I just want to go back to the conditions. We usually list the numbers that have to be on the map. So let's do that right now. Which of the specific conditions need to be on the map, that final map that Patty gives me? Number 4. I
Although
think,
the buffer's on there, right?
okay. What about number 5? This is about the highway superintendent?
I think that's a separate letter that I submit. There's usually nothing, he doesn't sign off on the map itself. So I'll have to have a letter for you.
You'll have a letter from me.
She put the envelope's on there, right, for lot 2.
For 7 and 8, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's-
basically, we showed a proposed house, well, and septic, and then we put a note on there saying proposed improvements on lot 2 to be in proximity of the locations shown hereon and to be in accordance with the provisions outlined in Town of Rochester, section 125-22 subdivision design criteria. I expanded that because one of the conditions is with regard to slopes and so forth, so I wanted to make sure that all of those conditions would be met.
All right. So I don't think we need any other conditions on that.
Well, because the map's already got the items that you would otherwise require to note.
I'm sure you
Health
could.
Department is on there, right? So.
Okay. All right, the effect of the approval, the owner shall file for signature and certification in the office of Ulster County Clerk. I don't need to read this. You know this already, Patty.
Yeah, I got that one.
So on the last page, page 6, draft resolution was prepared for the chairman and or town planner, was read and discussed as needed by the planning board in a public meeting at the time and place of adoption. Motion to approve was made by
So Peter Nelson.
Jennifer, makes the motion, seconded by Peter. Adopted tonight. 10/14/25. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Chair votes yes.
Thank you very much.
So Patty, you're done.
You, Patty.
Thank you. And Dave, I guess we just need I just need a final. Yeah, okay. What I have is a grant. I just need a final paper copy for the town clerk. Okay, the next item on the agenda,
Do you want this back?
you don't need this.
No.
Okay. Next item on the agenda, Fabio, you want to get in the hot seat? This is Fabio, from Westwind, Chisola. And, this is an application for a 90 by 30 foot high tunnel. Correct me if is that correct? 90 by 30?
Not, yeah,
Yeah, okay.
thank you, Steve.
High tunnel on the existing farm that he runs, Westwind. And it's being financed by a a grant from Ulster County. And part of the grant, well, first of all, this could have been done as an accessory use. But at the time of the application, some of the information that would have been useful to the building department didn't come out perhaps in the way that it should have come out. So instead, the building department, the CEO typed it as needing to appear before the planning board, when in actual fact, it probably didn't. So it's here as a special use with a site plan, which is kind of unusual, given that the greenhouse that he wants to put up is a temporary greenhouse. The difference between temporary and permanent would be the temporary is just on grass or soil. Permanent would have a permanent floor to it, cement, brick, cinder block, something more permanent, meaning it perhaps would have needed to come before the planning board. In any case, he's here for special use with a site plan. The other piece of information that may have concerned the building department was the possibility that it might be used as some sort of an event space. In point of fact, the award from the county, from Ulster County, prevents it from being used for anything other than the growing of crops or perennial flowers. And I have the agreement here with Ulster County, and that's in fact what it says, and it's on Muni Collab as well. So the two potential items, temporary, is it temporary, is it permanent? It's temporary. And the other one, well, are you going to use it for events, which sparks all the kinds of concerns? No, it's not. It can't be, or else they'll be coming looking for you for the money that was granted to Fabio. So in any case, it's here, so we might just as well, we decide we might just as well go through it. Now, the other piece of this is with ag and market, something that's regulated by ag and markets. They have some ways of approaching these projects in order to encourage farming and not to make the process before any planning board, notwithstanding the fact that it didn't have to be here, but if it had to be here, to make the process much shorter than what we might normally go through, including the possibility of or encouragement for the board to waive the public hearing. About the only time that they encourage that we do a public hearing is if there's a matter of safety or health concern. And that would more than likely kick in if this was going to be an event space, public safety, health of people in that tent, whatever. So that's not the case. Fabio has asked for a waiver of the public hearing. We'll get there in a second. The ag and markets also asked that planning boards be flexible in the time frame in which they take to review the project. And there's a host of other things. And Dave, maybe you want to chime in with, you're more familiar with it than I am if I miss something in terms of the rules around it. So in essence, what Fabio is asking for is an approval, quick approval. He has a plan in November to have somebody come and actually put this structure up. I have a decision prepared tonight. If the board is willing to go forward with it, we would have to waive the public hearing in order to accomplish that. Otherwise, we'll have to wait another meeting or two, potentially. And what I'm most concerned with is, again, it didn't really have to come here for all intents and purposes. It was not even an error. It was just, as the information was developed, it became apparent that it didn't need to be here. Dave, do you have anything to add to it?
Well, it's so the state considers this a farm structure on a farm operation in a certified agricultural district. It's in a county agricultural district, and he's operating a farm. So the state guidance is that it should have expedite, they don't even recommend site plan approval. But if a town requires site plan approval, they recommend expedited review, including no necessity for having an engineer or architect make the map, and no requirement for a public hearing. So we've worked with Fabio to get a proper map in. I will note Rick and I have talked to him, if you choose to approve it, which I'd recommend you do tonight. We'll just have to clean up the map, so there's a signature block for Rick. And we've got to get the title updated because he based it on a survey map from who he originally bought it from, right, Bobby? So we've got to get his West Wind Orchard name on there. And we should be able to do this quickly. It's clearly, in hindsight, it clearly looks like it's a farm structure and it was a temporary greenhouse proposed. And as Rick said, the condition of the core funding coming from Ulster County, which by the way is federal, it's that he can only use it for the propagation of certain plants.
The map that you have, is the map that Dave is referring to. It's a survey map from the previous owner. And what I asked Fabio to do is to put on it the approximate location of the temporary greenhouse. Since it's temporary, it might vary by 5, 10, 15, 20 feet, but this is practically where he intends to put the temporary greenhouse. As Dave mentioned, in order to get them, have me sign this, we will need a new map that is actually in the name of West Wind. And the appropriate blocks and everything for the signature. So there is a map. It approximates the location. We'll need something more permanent and we'll work with him, assuming the board agrees to approve this.
And we posted on Munich Collab the guidance document on this from the New York State Agricultural Markets. And there's also a second guidance document that defines an even more streamlined process for greenhouses, but that was behind us because the CEO had already made a determination it required site plan approval. So in meeting when Rick and I met with Fabio, we just decided it looked like it was the quicker path last week to just bring it to you all and if you're willing and expedite site plan approval.
Anybody have any comments?
I think it's, I mean, I've been there, I know how you run this business, I'm not worried about all this stuff getting done. So I'd say we should just move ahead today.
I would support Peter's determination. I mean, I also know about Spencer's business. And I think we should make it easy. Should make it easy.
We're in a meeting. If we could have quiet back there, please.
I'm in agreement with,
Alina, okay.
my colleagues and Dave Church. It clearly falls in the ag and markets under, what is it, 5A? And I think it is. It's a farm. It's
Okay.
a temporary structure. Public is not going to be in it.
Well, that's the only question I have is where is this structure in relation, like, will the public be able to access it if
No.
they're walking around and, no?
That's where we grow vegetables.
Okay.
There is no, normally the public is only allowed outside of the tasting room,
Mhm.
but they're not allowed in the farm.
Okay.
We don't do pig grown anymore, we don't do it.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Dave? You
Well,
okay?
just a couple questions out of interest. How long, like it's a temporary structure, how long will it be up for? As long as it lasts.
That's not something that I can tell you right now, because I could move it if the ground gets depleted.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, we have things to do, we can work on the ground to make it still rich, but I don't know.
And you're trying to get it up to plant this season. So
Say it again?
you're trying to get it built so that you can use it this winter, is that right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, we have plans already in pots that we're waiting to put them.
Yeah, cool.
You're good.
Yeah, totally. I think we should wait on the public hearing and just expedite.
You need to take a separate vote on the public hearing.
Right. And just, I also should mention it's a type 2 action. Okay. So let's,
Yeah,
there is,
farm structures have a specific subsection in seeker that they're considered type 2 actions.
okay. So in front of you in your pile, there is a request for the waiver of the public hearing. if you want to briefly go through it. And also the technical document that Dave talked about from New York State, defining temporary greenhouses, which may come in handy in the future with other projects. And then a quick shortened version of how local boards, planning and zoning boards, should handle applications of this type. And I highlighted some sections in it. It's about 7 or 8 pages long, but again, could be valuable down the road for other projects. So in it, Fabio indicates the request for the public hearing is based upon it being a temporary greenhouse, has minimal impact in terms of any public impacts. It's for temporary greenhouse. And he also wants to be able to avoid any unnecessary delays so that he can utilize the funds that have been set aside for the construction or the erection of this high tunnel. So I'll entertain a motion to waive the public hearing for this.
Make a motion to waive public hearing.
Helena moves.
I'll second.
Dave seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So 6-1, one absence. Okay, and we have, is the board okay to do a decision tonight?
Yeah.
Yes.
The decision is on Munich Collab. If you can't find it, it's in the same spot as the other one, except different project name. So it's under draft decisions. If you can't find it, I have extra copies here. Let me know.
Did he get a project number in the end?
Yeah, 2025-37.
37?
2025-37.
37.
Okay, go next. Anybody need a copy? No, okay, so then I'm gonna read the decision. This is a decision, it was typed as a special use with site plan. Dave outlined on page 1 and the top of page 2, the various documents that we use to review this project. I anticipated that you would waive the public hearing, and so on page 2, it indicates that as well. The findings are listed here, mentioned about it being a type 2 under seeker, the size of the property, the fact that the structure would be not near the public area, publicly accessed area, that the project is being funded by Ulster County. And there are prohibitions for any use other than the growing of plants, crops, ornamentals, that sort of thing. No public events allowed. That's it on the findings. If anybody has any questions, stop.
Yeah. I have a
Yeah,
question. Yeah, I just noticed on the notice of public hearing, I
On
think the
page
date
2.
might be incorrect there.
Yeah,
It says
Dave,
Public hearing was held and closed on July
On 7/28, yeah,
Yeah.
so we need to correct that.
it's just to be stricken.
That's pretty good, right? 10,
Time machine stuff.
I just stuck it in there because you hadn't done anything, yeah, but
should be
Uh,
10:14.
you want me to just strike all the subsects? The heading says it was waived.
Well, it was waived, and it was waived today, so just
You
change
want
the
me
date.
to, you want me to delete 1 through 4?
Yeah, it wasn't published,
Yeah.
nothing was published in the Chicago
Yeah.
Journal or the. Yes, I think
Yes.
the whole
Yep.
whole section.
Take the whole section out. Thank you.
Should we make it a finding that we gave,
I can't hear you, Jen.
should we make it a finding that we gave the public hearing on the state and we all agreed with the vote?
We should have in here the
Important to note.
findings that we did vote the way the public hearing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll put a finding that, I'll make a new 10 under 9. It's
No, you'll make it to 11 under 10, right?
and 10 will become 11.
Right,
Okay,
That
okay.
the board approved the waiver, at today's meeting, okay?
Okay.
and delete and then strike the rest of the other text, right?
yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, findings were prepared by the chairman and or town planner, were read and discussed as needed by the planning board in a public meeting at the time and place of adoption. Now resolved, the town of Rochester Planning Board hereby grants site plan approval, permitting the construction and use of a greenhouse, also known as a high tunnel. Let's put in there a temporary greenhouse, Dave.
Yes,
That should be temporary greenhouse.
Sure, it's not what the CEO determined it to be, though. There's if it was determined a temporary greenhouse, it would have been a permitted use and all, you could have just got a building permit. So I don't. I would recommend you just honor what the CEO said it was.
Okay. We're treating it like a temporary, but he had it typed as a greenhouse, leave it. Okay, also known as a high tunnel, in the town of Rochester pursuant to the documentation and site plan, subject to these general and specific conditions. I'm going to skip through the next set of conditions or the general conditions of approval. I'll skip to page 4. Town of Rochester Planning Board further grants authority to the chairman to certify that these conditions have been met, at which time the chairman is authorized to sign and date the plan without further resolution by the planning board. The Town of Rochester Planning Board further grants authority to the chairman in consultation with the town planner and or code enforcement officer to approve minor site plan changes of a ministerial nature which may arise due to unforeseen circumstances in the project site development. That's a paragraph that's being added to all site plans. The site plan approval and or special use permit shall remain effective as an authorization to establish the use for a maximum of 1 year from the date of approval. The planning board shall have the authority to grant an extension within the 1 year time frame in writing, provided the applicant has diligently pursued the implementation of the plans. Such extensions shall be granted in 6-month increments up to a maximum of 4 increments. Absent such an extension, the site plan approval and or special use permit shall be deemed to have expired. Effective approval.
That means, Fabio, if you don't build it within a year, you can ask for an extension.
I won't get a grant, the money.
You'll lose the grant if you don't get it. Let's skip again. The draft resolution was prepared by the chairman and or town planner, was read and discussed as needed by the planning board in a public meeting at the time and place of adoption. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion with the caveat that we have an updated map for you to sign with the.
Right.
Appropriate.
I'll second.
Okay, so Peter moved, Jennifer seconded it. Dave is gonna work with Fabio on getting a map that I can sign. And so the resolution is with the assumption that we get a formal site plan map created. The vote, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Chair votes yes. 6 ayes, 1 absent, abstention. Okay, Fabio, you have the approval.
Okay.
Close to a record, Fabio.
You and Dave have to get together. There
Yeah,
may be a small expenditure of funds in order to get this done. But I can't sign a survey plan. I have to sign a final site plan. There are certain standards that
We can use that map and edit it, Fabio.
oh, okay. Yeah.
We just have to add a couple things.
A new map with the name, with a different name,
If you want to go ahead,
we recommend,
put Westwood Orchard on there with your contact information somewhere obvious,
okay,
and you need a rectangular graphic. We can show you an example.
okay,
It shows that gives Rick Jones a place with a signature line and a date line, sign and date the map, okay?
Why don't you guys get together this week and
Okay.
work it all out? Dave, show them what has to be done.
I have your email,
Okay,
thank you.
you're done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so the next item on the agenda is public hearing for Verizon. Where is Scott Olson? Scott Olson?
You here.
He was right there, he's coming in.
Okay.
You want me to pull it up now?
Scott,
Yeah,
you guys are up.
I'm done.
You want me to pull up the PowerPoint now?
Not yet.
You guys want more chairs back there? Grab them off the rack. So.
He's over here.
Yeah, it'll be available to you.
Okay, so Scott, would you introduce to the board the people you have with you? I think I remember Mr. Hennessy and Mickey. Would you introduce them?
Yeah, Scott Olson. I don't know how long my voice is gonna last. I've had bronchitis for 3 to 4 weeks. Not the stages that have been on antibiotics, but goes out, I apologize. Scott Olson from Mill Summer. I got Brendan Hennessy, he's been Verizon Wireless's RF engineer from, who did the report that you've seen. So we've got Mickey Pickett with Tectonic Engineering, he was part of the, visual analysis team.
Okay, and you have Dan, Weinheimer?
Yeah. Sorry, Dan Weinheimer from Tectonic Site.
Do you want to
Acquisition.
share, Dan?
Okay.
Take one from Darren.
No,
You could be standing for a while. Okay, so let me just tell everybody, how the night is gonna, how the night's gonna roll. During the public hearing, the public obviously is gonna be allowed to speak. Public hearing is gonna last tonight until about 9:15. And we probably won't finish, or get to everybody, so at around 9 o'clock, I'll begin to ask for some final comments. We will continue the public hearing at our next meeting, which is scheduled to be at the end of October 27th. Anybody who's not able to speak tonight, that would be by 9:15. We'll catch you next one. The reason for that is that the board, since there will be a lot of comments and the subject matter is both complicated, there's a lot of letters flying back and forth. There are a lot of issues to talk about. So I decided that the board should be able to discuss some of the comments that they heard tonight amongst themselves from 9:15 until whenever the board gets exhausted and it's time to go home around 11:15-ish or 11 o'clock. There are some other people that are here for the board, Matt Allen, who's our visual expert consultant, and Greg Bonner, who's our engineer, who may have some comments to make about the site plan, but we'll see. I think most of tonight will be around radio frequency waves and visual impact, and such matters as that. So I'd like you, if you do want to speak, I'd like you to sign in. There are sign-in sheets. It's not required. But in order to speak, I do need to have a name under open meetings law. So you may not want to give your name and sign, but I will ask you for your name for the record. So I mentioned that we're going to go to about 9:15, and we'll see how the night goes. I'm going to ask that people limit their comments to 5 minutes. I am going to time them. I want to get as many comments as possible. Purpose of the public hearing, obviously, is to give your opinion, but it's also to give the board some advice if there are items that we've missed in one way or the other, or you have some information that's valuable for the board to have, some technical information that we may have missed. So I want you to avoid reading 3, 4, 5, 6 pages worth of comments. What I want is instead, if you have that long a document, you can send it into the board and we'll make it part of the record. Everything that's come in this far has been put up in a system that we have, an online system that's available to the entire board, but it's also now available to the public to read all of the comments. So we're going to keep it to 5 minutes. If you go an extra minute, I'm not going to get too upset, but I will begin to cut you off after 5 minutes so that everybody can get a chance to talk. Your comments are directly to the board. And so we're looking for the information. Of course, Verizon is here to listen. In the past, we've had very calm meetings. Every once in a while, we've had a public hearing where somebody decides that it's appropriate to make some sort of what I call ad hominem attack of some sort, or comment about the applicant, either by name or inference, whatever. So I'm just not going to stand either which way. Any comments about members of the project team or members of the board or what the board does, it's just not necessary. The other comment that I need to make is this isn't a referendum, if you would. So we're not voting on the project. We didn't ask you to come here tonight to vote. We asked you to give us your comments, which is in effect giving us your vote as to whether you like the project or you don't like the project. But we're not gonna do a weighing of, well, we've got 60 people against it and 40 people for it. Or it appears that 70% of the people are against it and 30% are for it. That's not how we make our decision. The comments are certainly will influence the board in terms of what you believe the impact is gonna be. But this is a project where the impact boils down to, in some cases, scientific data, which the board's experts are more adept at dealing with, and that's why I have them here. It's also important to get an understanding of, based on your visual analysis, and I'll use that word loosely, your assessment of the visual pictures that are on the system for your viewing, whether or not you believe that this will in some way impact your enjoyment of this area. Now, there are some rules that the government, frankly, has set down for us to make a decision. And there's actually quite a few. It's a highly regulated industry. One of the rules is that we're not allowed to consider radio frequency and its impact on the environment. I'm not going to use the word impact on humans. I'm not going to use the word impact on flora and fauna. I'm going to use the words of the code, and our attorney or the attorney for Verizon can correct me, but the words that are used are, excuse me. The words that are used in the code are environment, RF linked to environmental impacts, are not items that the board can consider in its decision up or down on the project. There's also, you might hear reference to the height of the tower, which is being proposed at 145 feet. And the applicant is also seeking a waiver. The town code, as we interpret the town code, allows for 95 feet, and the applicant is asking for an additional 50 feet to go to 145 feet. So at some point, the board will be discussing a waiver to bring it to 145, yes or no. The applicant is allowed under the law, federal law, to ask for another 20 feet above the 145 feet. The applicant's also allowed to ask for or to make available co-locators, up to 3, I believe it is, 3 co-locators on this tower, which increases the size of the antenna or the number of the antenna. So that's another thing. You may hear reference to 20 feet, which is permitted by law. As an aside, the applicant has agreed not to ask for that, but we'll get into that in our discussions. And there are some rules that both the town code has, and in our code is section 140-29, in terms of assessing the visual impacts. And there are also rules that are set here in New York State for assessing the visual impact. And those are ruled by the DEC. And at some point, Matt Allen's going to address those, not before the public hearing, but after the public hearing, to remind the board how we should go about assessing the project. So there are a lot of different federal regulations and rules of the road, if you would, in assessing what the visual impact is. At the end of the day, the visual impact needs to be based upon the pictures that were taken by the applicant and by the public. And we'll get into that, I'm sure, in the discussion in a few minutes. I asked Scott to make a 10-minute presentation. So we're going to do that of the project. So we all have some sense of some baseline appreciation of what the project is intended to do. So Scott, if we can keep it to 10, no more than 15 minutes, and I'll add that time to the public hearing time. And remember, I'm not closing the public hearing tonight. The public hearing is going to lapse into the next meeting of October 27th. So Scott, do you want to?
All set.
Okay,
Okay.
fine.
Thank you, Chairman Jones, members of the planning board. I'm gonna try to keep it as short as possible, so I might even go a little quicker, but, I want to start off just giving some general reasons why we believe that wireless service is an essential service. Gonna hand it over to Brendan for a little bit for RF discussion. Then it's gonna come back to me just to go through some slides of the visual analysis that were done. I'm using Matt Allen's product that he sent over on Friday. I thought the board would want that. Excuse me. So I will, that's basically what we're trying to accomplish.
And Scott, can I just stop you for a second?
Yeah.
To remind the board, remember, and to the public, and some of you have been here for every meeting and some of you have not. But Scott's people, Tectonic, the firm that has been supporting Verizon, did a visual analysis. And the board asked our consultant, Matt Allen, to look at that. And while satisfied, we wanted a little bit more exacting. So the visual analysis that we asked for, and that was done by Matt, is the one that we're going forward with. And that's the one that I mentioned, it is loaded up into the online system that the town maintains by this project name. And for the board's purpose and the public's purposes, the pictures that that Scott is going to be showing are using the pictures that Matt generated, which we believe are more accurate in the representation than those that Tectonic generated. They're a little bit clearer, and they they are what we employed our consultant for and what he recommends that we use in our assessment. So go ahead, Scott.
Sure.
Try not to interrupt you again.
No, that's okay. So like the chairman said, we're looking to build a new communications facility at the apartment complex off Granite Road. And it includes a 145-foot monopole tower. It's within a 50-foot by 50-foot secure compound at the base. The equipment will be inside the fenced area. We meet all the setback requirements that the code provides. And this is not working.
Stacy?
Hang on, wait.
Oh, I think.
Well,
I think it's because the.
It might be because of the light.
blocking.
well, I will start with some of the non-visual
What if you
aids.
push next?
What's that?
If you push next, the top word there, that's the top, at the top,
Okay, sorry.
maybe.
There you go.
Right.
All right,
Brilliant.
so
Thank you.
in today's day and age, wireless service is essential service. I don't think most people can get along with their day without having wireless service. It's not just for personal use, it's also for public safety, for emergency services folks. So these are just a few, basic statistics to show you that the use is ubiquitous. Total wireless connections, 558 million. We only have 330 million people in the country. So the 558 means that, people have more than one wireless connection, different numbers, whatever. So it's a pretty huge number. It's approaching almost twice the population. And believe it or not, we still use the phones to actually talk. I know a lot of people think it's just used for streaming this and streaming that. But as of 2024, that's 2.4 trillion minutes of talk time per year, basically. A lot of talking is done. 2.1 trillion text messages. I mean, that comes to 67,000 messages a second in this country are being sent. You go back to the 2.4 trillion, they was doing when it came down here. That 2.4 trillion talk time minutes, that's 4 million years. If you divide it out, 4 million years basically of talk time in 1 year because of all the different people using it. That's if Siri told me the right information coming down.
Did you do the left and right arrow maybe?
All right, seems to be working,
Okay,
going the wrong way.
the second one down says previous.
Yeah, thank you. We're going forward, we're going backwards.
Excuse me, you sent 2 separate letters to the board today?
I did. Okay. You could fix it at the very, you stick where you go. This is not really. In 2024. Just to let you know. Yeah, there you go. So there were 192 million calls that originated from cell phones. That's a big number, especially considering that the total number of 911 calls were 240 million. So that's 80% of the calls made in this country are originating from cell phones. The reality is landlines are becoming obsolete. What's going up there? Wow, there you go. There. That wasn't the one I looked for, but okay.
Can you drag the Zoom window down a little bit?
I don't know. I
Good.
don't wanna mess it up.
I don't wanna mess it up.
Okay.
Okay, so in addition to 911 uses, which is a huge number. And I found this interesting, there are a lot of medical uses for this, for wireless technology. They have wearables now where they can get real-time data from people that. You can wear a heart monitor if you have an issue, you have a pacemaker. It's directly connected to your doctor through the wireless network. Which is really important. You can measure the blood glucose, heart rate, pacemakers. I know somebody that just had a minor issue, but they put this heart monitor on for 3 days. And every time she felt the symptoms, she would tap it twice and would relay the information back to her doctor's office. The point is, this can save lives and does save lives. So that's just another aspect of how wireless is used. People use it, public uses it, 911. And the medical field is really using it a lot more than you would think. Right. But again, some more statistics. 90% of the single family buyers, they value good cellular service. Long time ago, that number was a lot less. Than people that were buying a house in an area that saw a cell phone, a lot of them did probably walk from it. Now, one of the first questions that people ask, I know that I asked it, cell phone service, what's it like? It's important to people. 71% of adults live in basically wireless households. So 71% of adults have dropped the landline. And the last one, just, 74% think that government should make it actually easier to get these things approved. Save those stuff. All right, so I'll pass it off to Brendan, so we stick within 15 minutes. And he's gonna talk about why we are in need of this facility at this location.
Thanks, Scott. So I'd like to start off with just a brief overview of the wireless technology and how it works. The Verizon cell sites operate using a number of licensed frequencies. That we're the only ones by law that are allowed to transmit and receive on those frequencies. And you'll see if you looked at the application on the engineering report in there prepared by Verizon, it'll reference the signals in hertz. So that's the unit of measurement. And the engineering report in the application does show a number of coverage maps for both the 700 megahertz, which represents our low band frequencies, as well as the 2100 megahertz, which represent our mid band frequencies. The general thing that you want to take away from that is that low band frequencies propagate further than the mid band frequencies, and this is just standard of the laws of physics. Now, not to be confused with the frequency that the signal is transmitted on, but the RF channels also are composed of a width, which we refer to as bandwidth. This is also measured in hertz, and basically what you want to keep in mind about bandwidth is the larger the bandwidth, the more concurrent users can ride on that RF channel. The way I like to think about it is that these RF channels are like a highway. So the RF channel itself is the roadway. The bandwidth of the RF channel can be likened to the number of lanes within that roadway. The usage is the cars traveling on the roadway. And so when you think of it like that, basically the larger the bandwidth, the more lanes you have on your roadway, which means the more concurrent traffic you can support before there's congestion or a traffic jam, which we refer to that as capacity exhaustion. or, when an existing site basically has too much traffic for the given bandwidth that it has, basically reaches a limit where it can't support any more users. So again, the more wireless traffic you have, the more lanes you need for the traffic. So here's some high level points of why this facility is needed. And a lot of these points come right from the engineering report. But basically, there's a lack of coverage in the HVR project area. This is due to the local terrain in the area, as well as the distance from which we have existing Verizon sites that are on air serving customers now. The maps, again, we'll show an example after this, but they're all provided in the engineering report. And they basically demonstrate areas where, the existing coverage in the area versus the coverage that is predicted to, for the area to have once this site is on air. Now, the existing coverage in this area is, in some areas, is marginal to none. So that basically leaves Verizon customers unable to use their devices in any meaningful capacity in those areas. Now, the other issue with wireless networks, so lack of coverage is one. The second is lack of capacity. So this is what I was talking about with the bandwidth and the lanes on the highway. So if there's too many Verizon users currently occupying an existing cell site, it basically reaches a point where it can't support any more users. Now, this can be confusing because you may look at your phone and see bars and associate that, say, hey, I've got signal here. Why isn't my phone working? Why can I still not make a call? Why can't I text? Why can't I use Facebook, whatever app, what have you? That's basically because the site is currently so congested that it cannot serve you and what you're requesting the network to do. So when this happens with our existing sites, we need to construct new sites that pull the traffic from those sites. Basically, there will be some overlap of coverage area, which basically the users that were being served by the existing overloaded sites are now on the new site and no longer overtaxing that network resource. So in relation to this project, the existing sites that we are demonstrating that are overloaded and that would be solved by the HVR project. There's a site that we call Hansen and another site that we call Accord. There's individual sectors on each of those sites that have reached the point of not being able to support more users. And all that data is provided in the engineering report as well. So this is just I know it's hard for you to read, I'll kind of explain. So I'm going to show a pair of existing and proposed coverage maps after this slide. And you're basically going to see what looks like the small sample there. This is just a generic example. This isn't from this area. It's just to illustrate what we're going to see. So basically areas that are green, you can think of as being able to serve suburban single family residential houses and light commercial buildings. So the green represents a stronger level of coverage, yellow a tier down, orange a tier below that. So again, green is able to serve suburban single family residential and light commercial buildings. Yellow, the yellow coverage tier, typically serves most rural and suburban residential and in-car applications. So, that would exclude your heavier duty buildings. You're probably not going to have coverage in these areas. And then orange represents what we call the rural highway coverage only. The caveat being with these orange areas that these are areas that are subject to what we call fading and seasonality. Fading being basically, how fast the device is moving in relation to the cell site. It can cause drops in signal. And then what we mean by seasonality is actually the moisture in the tree leaves soaks up this RF signal. So in the summer, when the leaves are bright green and everything's in bloom, coverage does drop. And you may notice this as the leaves fall off. Basically, the RF is less obstructed by these, by the foliage, and it can increase coverage. So when you're looking at these orange areas, you can think, okay, if I'm not considering, leaf on conditions, coverage is gonna be marginal here. If I'm considering leaf on, may not have any coverage here at all. And then the last tier, is gonna be what we call the white or no color. And, that's basically, variable to no reliable coverage in these areas. So this pair of maps that I'm seeing here, on the left, you have the current predicted existing coverage. And I've highlighted in the blue circles, basically the areas that are gonna see the most coverage improvement. Now, again, we have coverage and capacity. So when we're thinking about these blue circles, we're strictly speaking about coverage improvement in these areas. So as you can see, the existing coverage on the left, you have a significant gap to the south of the site, which is actually Route 44 or 55. And I measured this out on Google Earth. I think the stretch that's unserved right now is approximately 3 miles. Whereas on the right, you can see the proposed coverage. And so basically that tiered color system that we just talked about, you can see that the green extends down to the roadway. Doesn't quite get there, but we do fill it in with that lower yellow tier. It's basically going to be sufficient for that rural highway coverage. Now, as you get closer to the site, you have more homes. So again, the stronger signal is going to be able to serve those residential houses in that area. One more thing I do want to say about these maps, this is that 700 megahertz low band coverage. So this is the band that propagates further, penetrates better, etc. So the next map I'm going to show you here is our mid-band coverage. And you'll notice it's significantly less, which we've, basically explained through the RF physics, higher frequency, more susceptible to loss, more susceptible to hitting those obstructions and bending out. So on the left, again, you have your existing RF conditions. And then on the right would be the proposed. So you can see a significant improvement around the site area. That would be a significant improvement for residences and roadways closer to the site.
Would you identify the Accord and the Cohonson Towers as they are today?
Yes, so you'll basically, it's hard to see, but the dot northwest of the site there.
This is Cohonson, correct?
Yes,
And that's Accord.
I believe so. Let me verify. I don't want to make.
Yeah, that is.
Yep.
Yeah,
And then where is, not Clay Hill, City Hall?
okay,
Oh, that's
in
not
this-
shown in that map, but
up here,
yep, it
It's
would
up here?
basically
Yeah.
be
Right.
north off the map.
That's right. Okay. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
All right, who's gonna speak to these? And
I'm just gonna run through it quickly. And I put these together, like I said, based on Matt Allen's photos. I've only selected the photos basically that represent the views from the aesthetically sensitive areas. The photo that Peter took, I think it was Stony Hill Falls, but Minnewaska,
just to remind the board, we
Yeah.
went through an exercise of identifying all the sites that we wanted to get pictures from, to have them take pictures from with the public. And then we identified those that were of the most significance in terms of public access. So you don't have all,
no, 40-ish, whatever.
Right.
There was a balloon test done, that's all in the record, I don't wanna, focus on that. What I did here is, again, this is from Matt Allen's photo. This photo will be followed by a photo that I cropped to make it 100%. I just wanted to get the whole frame in here so that everybody knew what we're talking about. And then the 100% photo, it's gonna be cropped, so but it'll show you, I think, the view that people will actually see. So this is from, I can't read it, 209.
Yep.
And, you know, I'll point out, there is, by the way, the tower is shown in this picture. But this is the HVA or HVR building. Right, well, it's the HVR building, which is
Granite, the
quite.
Granite Hotel,
What's that?
the Granite Hotel.
Correct, yeah. The white elephant. Sorry, that's the only thing I see when I see the picture. Now, this is 100% view of the same exact picture. Again, the tower's in there. You can't really see it because of the distance between the tower and the Route 209. The tower is so slim, it's only 2 or 3 feet wide or so, except at the top where the antennas are. That's about 12 feet wide. But again, this is the simulation and the tower is there. So I just wanted to show you that. So again, this is the next picture, which is Route 44 and 55. Again, not 100%. So that's the 100% view. Again, the tower is there. You know, we're at a far enough distance that it's hard to see, but I know for a fact that when I'm even looking at it like this, it's hard to see. My point is that all these pictures from the aesthetically sensitive receptor areas will not interfere with or impede the view. And that's what I'm trying to demonstrate here.
Where is,
This photograph,
can you point out the tower? What's your point?
could I point the tower out?
If you want to go up there and find it, sure.
I will.
Or with his person?
Yeah, let me do this. Yeah, I'll do that. And that's exactly
Easy pointer.
the point. In
I'm not really confused.
It's not super user friendly.
okay, there we go. All right, the tower is right above the pointer. Yes, there's your HVR and there's your tower right there. Again, you're a good distance from the tower. So once you get beyond 1.5 miles or so, or 2 miles, your eye doesn't have the ability to resolve details like that.
What is the distance here?
1.6 miles,
I don't have.
1.6 or 1.8.
The distance is 1.4 miles.
Could you go back to the 209 picture and do the same thing?
So that's, I'm sorry, did I go the wrong way?
Here you go.
Okay, let me go to that one. So this one, I apologize, I cut it off.
It's almost 1.5 miles.
Yeah. But the tower, and I'll give you the 100% view.
Yeah.
The tower is right under the cursor right there. You can kind of just barely see those antennas.
It's in front of those dark trees, it's on our side of the dark trees.
Right there, it's kind of in a, yes, it's a little bit in front of the back part of the pines. Now, those antennas are not painted, so they do kind of stick out a little bit, but again, most people aren't gonna notice that. We can paint those antennas so that they can more blend with, you know, what's behind there, which is a little bit of a darker color.
Now, would a person's eye have more acuity than whatever the resolution is on this picture?
I will let Matt answer that for you. I will say that I used Matt and I used, unless I did something wrong, I don't think I did, I used your high res photos. I don't know what high res they were.
Okay, I'll try to be very brief because I know we want to get to the.
The can of worms.
A couple things I want to say. The photographs are taken with a 50mm lens. What that means is the field of view left to right in the photograph is approximately 40 degrees. So if you do the math, you need to stand far enough away from the image so that if you drew an angle from the tip of your nose to the edge of the photograph, that angle would be 40 degrees. If it's less, you're standing too far away, and if it's more, you're standing too close. So probably about where Scott is standing is about the right distance to view this. I would encourage everybody to, if you have a home computer, call this up from the town's website and look at it on your home computer. That's going to give you the best resolution. Seeing it across the room on this monitor is not doing it justice. The second thing I want to point out is that the photograph itself was taken at about a 6 megapixel resolution, which is fine just to present a landscape photo. However, it's a little bit low to do photo simulations, so I enhanced the photo up to 24 megapixel. It does not enhance the quality of the photo image, but it does create a high resolution of the tower, which is rendered at 24 megapixels. So that's really what I wanted to say about this.
Okay,
I encourage you to look at it on your home computer before you make your judgment based on what you see here tonight.
So we talked about that one.
and the way, just a minute, the way to get to it on your home computer is through the town's website. It's readily available.
Okay. This is another shot from 44 and 50 through 55. And this is the 100% view. Right there. So the tower is right there. Again, you can see some white antennas up there or off-white, and they can be painted. Because in the analysis, we did provide other examples. I did not include the color that we put, thunder gray, because I didn't think it looked as good. I thought it would stuck out more. So the board, obviously, you have that information. You
That's
can
a
make a
different
decision.
discussion, this
I hear you.
galvanized steel or thunder gray or.
So I just thought, I picked one that to me, if I was looking at it, I would say that's the least impact. Next one along Route 209, we did this one?
Yeah, we did
We
that.
did. All right, this is just the Kelder's Farm one. Again, this is not, there's the 100% view. And the tower is right there. And obviously what would we call the HBR building is right there. So. Okay. We got one more, a couple more. Oh.
That's from Minnewaska.
I don't know where the tower is. I called Steve today. I said,
I can tell you what it is.
oh, well, Steve, okay. Anyway, this is from Minnewaska. And my point of showing them is because I've heard comments that this tower from Minnewaska, from all these other aesthetically pleasing areas is going to be an abomination. And you're entitled to your opinion, anybody that says that. But I'm just saying that the actual data and analysis that we collected shows otherwise. Great. Well, anyway, again, so the point of this is, you could get up as close as you want. I think the tower should be in this area personally, which is just to the right of that. I can't find it. So
That wakes the HBR building.
it is the HBR. Yeah, that's the building. You can see it from everywhere.
You're opposite, so it's gonna be to your left.
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
Because you're looking south.
so it maybe then, anyway,
Okay, Scott, we're gonna have to speed this up.
I'm sorry.
We're eating into the public
Yeah.
hearing time.
Okay, this was a photo that that Peter took from Stony Hill Falls.
Yep.
And this one, I called Steve also, said, I can't see the tower, I don't know where it is. And this is at 100%. When I zoomed into 300%, I found it, it was like a stick. But it is right there, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's it, but again, the point is that no one's gonna look at it at 400%. At 100% view, you're not gonna see it. And that's
That's
it.
it.
Sorry if I took a few minutes over, apologize.
All right,
Thank you very much.
so again, the best way to view these, since you're sitting way out there, the best way to view these is on your computer, through the town's website. If you have any trouble getting into it, you can contact myself or the chair or Stacy, and we'll help you with it. All right, so, Colleen, would you mind getting the sign-in sheets?
Scott, just the question, is that the same PowerPoint that we had before?
I can post it on Municipal.
Yeah.
I
The
have,
same one before, no, this one I made new just for the year.
Okay, can we,
I can post it.
Yeah,
Your-
because I wanted to incorporate those photos of simulations from that.
Okay. All right, so the first person up is Michelle Hertz. And Michelle, we're gonna keep it to 5 minutes,
Just ask,
and please speak loud.
I'd like to just ask if there's anybody here that needs to leave with kids or teachers or anybody that needs to leave early, please come first and then maybe I could go next.
So you're
That's
giving up
okay.
your time?
I'm not giving it up. I'm asking if somebody could come.
All right, so is there somebody that needs to get home that wants to take Michelle's spot and she'll come second? Anybody?
Okay.
Okay, there you go.
First of all, I just want to say, because I have 5 minutes, that many of us here have Verizon landlines. And we like them. So we don't want Verizon to get rid of them. We depend on them as a lifeline. And I know that there are a lot of people in this room that have Verizon landlines. My name is Michelle Hertz. We live on Stony Road. Our family has been here for almost half a decade. Thank you to the planning board, half a century, sorry, century. Uh, Thank you to the planning board for all that you do. Very appreciative. Verizon is seeking a waiver to build a tower that is 60% higher than our code allows and requesting a special use permit. Neither of these should be granted by the planning board. I have either attended or watched on YouTube most of Verizon's cell tower presentations. Frankly, it is hard to listen to Verizon make false statements and veiled threats. I do thank Verizon, though, very much. Their messy, misleading, and overwhelming pile of documents has presented us with a good reason to check everything they submit, and in turn, take a hard look at our unique town, its inhabitants, including wildlife, and the natural beauty that surrounds us here. Those of us who live near the Shangum Ridge and millions of visitors to the parks and the surrounding areas hike and bike. Often we go up. We go up on the trails, on our properties, on Mohonk, on Minnewaska, to reach the highest and most beautiful views. Up there is where we stop to take photos of the stunning valley and the Catskill Mountains. It's where we rest, relax, bird watch, picnic, propose marriage, nap, draw, paint, and enjoy wildlife and the rare flora and fauna that lives up there. We go up there to see the seasons change and watch the sun rise and set. Another thing is none of our photos seem to have made it into any presentations, and we saw the balloons and we saw the crane from the views. Some people, for a variety of reasons, may not be able to choose, may not be able to hike up the mountains. So they may choose to go right up on 4455 to the overlooks along the scenic byway. Throughout the day, and especially when the sun is setting, people from all walks of life are everywhere along the lookouts, taking pictures and taking in those beautiful views. If a cell tower were to be built in that view shed, I can imagine people saying, how could a community allow a cell tower to be built in this stunning place? Verizon proposes to build its tower on the lower ridge in a residential neighborhood. This area is layered with stone-walled valleys, streams, and creeks, and an amazing diversity of birds, plants, and animals. Verizon falsely claims with casual arrogance that there are no important species of animals or plants on their proposed building site, and that a looming 140-foot cell tower will not destroy surrounding property values. That is ridiculous. Man-made radio frequency microwave radiation from wireless equipment, including cell towers, is scientifically proven to cause cancer and DNA damage and harm wildlife. Obviously, that radiation is not confined to the property boundaries. It can reach up to 10 miles and maybe more. If the tower is built, the radiation from its antennas would directly slam into the ancient, rare, and endangered flora and fauna on the Shangum Ridge. These species have survived glaciers, mining, fires, drought, hurricanes, the climate crisis, and development threats, but we do not know if they will survive this. A few neighbors have reported getting spotty cell service. Each lives in one of those stone wall valleys that I mentioned, and cell signals do not go through stone. There are other means of communication that work just as well. Enough is enough. We already have 3 major cell towers here. A 4th is excessive. For generations, the people in this town, including our family members, have deeply cared about this area of the ridge and the valley below, and have fought to protect it. Now more than ever, we need to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next is Rob Hawkins.
Rob Harkins, I was wondering if I could defer comments to the next meeting. This is an issue I found out about a few hours ago. I thought that was an attendance log, so I just wrote my name in. This is my first.
Just come to the next one.
Planning meeting. Awesome, thank you.
Or written comments.
Or as my planner mentioned, you can send us written comments if you want.
Okay, great.
All right. Robert Hull.
I thought it was a log to sign in as well, but my letter is on the.
We have your letter.
So,
We're good? Do you want to speak?
I don't want to read it. I'm not that great at speaking public, but I will say it's on there and very easily accessible. Thank you.
Thank you. Rich Williams.
Not a very good public speaker, and I mean, I live at 514 Stony Kill Road. I also own 501 Stony Kill Road, which is a pretty big piece of property, and it goes all the way up to Minnewaska, sheriff's border of Minnewaska. As it is right now, I understand that it's going to be somewhere between 3 and 4/10 of a mile. And I'm really getting the worst of both worlds here, because I don't need the cell reception. I get 202 bars. It's never been an issue. Whenever we lose power, I can always go use my cell phone for backup for whatever I need to do on the internet. So I'm 4/10 of a mile away, and I don't need it. I'm not a Verizon customer either, so it's not going to help me in any way. And actually, I was on my back porch a couple of hours ago, and I noticed the trees, the leaves were thinning off the trees, and I'm like, oh my God, am I going to be able to see this thing right there? And I just want to express my total disapproval for this plan. As everyone else, it will be a huge eyesore. I mean, you go over Minnewaska Trail, you can see the one that's currently somewhere on the west side of 209, I believe. I mean, I think that balloon test is an absolute farce. I don't know if you can look up my my email, my letter to the board, because I included some pictures that were taken from the 511 property. They were zoomed in, but they're very visible. You can see there's a water tank for, I'm assuming, for the granite. That tower is very visible, and the cell tower will be right next to it, and it's right there. It's in plain view. And I don't understand. I do not understand how people can. So we'll put up a couple of balloons, and that's what the tower is going to look like. That's not going to look like that. It's going to be very, very visible. I'm worried about the value to my property. I've got 150 acres, and it's those pictures were taken from my property, and it's going to be right there in view. And again, it's 4/10 of a mile away from me. If I ever decide to move out of here, I really believe it's going to have a huge effect on my property. It's so close. And I know, there's health concerns. I personally, I'm not educated enough to say much about it, but I mean, I wouldn't want to live underneath high tension power lines. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about that, but they say, oh, it's fine, but I don't know about that. And I wouldn't buy my house if it was under high tension wires. And I may not have bought it. I've been living here 10 years, 12 years. At this house, I grew up in High Falls. I don't think I would have bought it if that tower existed as it did when I bought it. And I know some of these arguments are legal. I know some of them are emotional. I really think that the town board should consider, just the emotional well-being of the town. I mean, if people are near this tower and they're uncomfortable with it, I think they should take that into consideration. Thanks for listening to me.
Thanks for
You He said he submitted pictures, so we have those, not that they were part of the photo submission.
They're on the last,
Other visual.
under public comment. And this is letter.
Mr. Bissinger, Robert Bissinger?
Hi there, let me introduce myself. My name is Walt Bissinger. I'm 80 years old. I've been around for quite a while. I've also have a degree in electrical engineering and a master's in computer engineering. I've also worked for the last 30 years as a volunteer EMT, firefighter, and paramedic. I was a paramedic for 23 years full time. So I can say that cell phones save lives. I can tell you that your information about pollution of electromagnetic fields is not true.
You can't say that.
Mr. Bissinger, no, Mr. Bissinger, you're addressing the board. I don't want to get, Mr. Bissinger. Don't want you getting into an argument. You're to address the board,
Okay,
okay?
how many of us have cell phones? We pick our cell phone up, we put it by our ear, we have all that radiation going through our brain. Has anybody heard of anybody getting a brain tumor by using a cell phone?
Yeah, yes, yes.
It's because the American Cancer Association says it doesn't occur.
Not true. Not true.
Right, it's not true, it's true. Okay.
Would you continue with your statement?
Continue with a statement. I can give you stories of how I responded to emergencies. There was a man, older man, 70 years old, who had a defibrillator pacemaker. And he was not really too knowledgeable of his medical conditions. We got called to the house because all of a sudden he said he was walking down his hallway in his house and he saw a white light and fell to the floor. All right, so I get there and start analyzing him, start assessing him. And the house phone rings. And it's some nurse calling from some cardiac center saying, talking to the wife, and the wife hands me the phone, and I say, what's up? And she said, we just got a signal that his defibrillator went off. He didn't know what happened. We were able to take him to the hospital, and they were able to analyze the problem. You're talking about Verizon and how good their landlines are. Well, I've got experience that says I really had to dump Verizon landlines because when we get weather like this, I wasn't getting service. And this went on for about 2 or 3 years. I got to know the technician that was coming out by name. I gave him coffee, knew his wife when he was on vacation. And he basically said to me that Verizon is not going to spend money to support their landlines, that they're going to focus on wireless. I dumped Verizon. I now am using cable, vision, Spectrum as my landline service. Landlines are going away. We're going to be moving into the next century. Let me go back a little bit. 75 years ago, in 1950, Ulster County finally got all its houses electrified. It means there was no electricity for some houses up in the late 40s, early 50s. And one of the most ugliest things that I think comes out there from a site standpoint is utility poles. You ever look at a utility pole? How much better would our line of sight be if we didn't have utility poles? You got all kinds of things hanging off a utility pole. They're ugly, but we accept them because they provide electricity and then they provided phone service, and then they provided cable. Because you want to put a cell tower up, and looking at these pictures, I couldn't even see it. I even asked a question to point it out. Where is the cell tower in the picture? I'd rather see you get rid of utility poles and cell towers. I think the cell tower is worth it to give us service in that area. Well, oh, that's the other thing. Ulster County just received $20 million to improve its broadband service to rural areas where they don't have internet. So there's still some services, there's still some people in Ulster County that don't have internet or don't have broadband internet. That $20 million was doubled by Verizon, and they're gonna put another 40 million into it to give you broadband services in these remote areas.
Can we start wrapping it up, Mr. Kuzinich?
Okay, just to say, I'm in favor of the cell tower. I have relatives that live along Stony Hill Road. Yesterday, their power went out. They had no power, they had no communications. How many of you have children, teenagers? I know when I was a teenager, my mother used to ask me, do you have a nickel in your pocket? So you can make a telephone call. It then went up to a dime. You always want your teenagers to be, your children to be in communication with you. You want them to be able to contact you. One of the biggest anti sayings in the schools was that they wanted to take away the cell phones from the children, and all the parents, some of the parents were saying, well, what happens in an emergency? How's my child going to get a hold of them? Think about it. Think about the next time you're riding in a car along the road, your tire blows out, you swerve off the road, maybe you hit one of these utility poles, which are every 100 feet. What's the first thing you're gonna do? You're gonna grab for your cell phone. You're gonna call for help. If it doesn't work, what are you gonna do? We
Thanks,
need
Mr.
cell
Kuzinich.
coverage, we need good cell coverage. I thank Verizon for their efforts to recognize the deficiency in this area. And I'd like to see us go ahead and do the project.
Thank you, thank you. So you, there's a Robin Bissinger. Also, do you want to speak?
Just that Glenn Pomerantz's letter got into the board.
Yes,
as a
we received it
component.
over the weekend. So it did get in,
Okay.
right? And he was in support of it.
Yes.
Anything else?
No.
Cindy Canubia,
Close. Caribbean.
how do you say it?
Caribbean.
Thank you.
I want to thank you all for all the time that you dedicate to our town, first of all. Really appreciate it. I have been an elementary teacher for Huntston Elementary School for 28 years, and I'm retired, but I'm still very involved as a substitute. And the reason I bring that up is because I had the good fortune of being very closely involved with the educators at Minnewaska and Mohawk Preserve. And over the period of time throughout the majority of my career, one of the greatest joys was bringing students and their families up to the Ridge and having local children, some of whom might not even realize what is in their backyard, learn about the beauty of this area. And those educators over time really taught me to appreciate what we have here. And they certainly taught me that we have a very special and very unique environment in which we live. And I think from the nature perspective, from the beauty perspective, it is something that should be protected. And I think this is something that is very serious for us to look at, and to consider. And not only is it the nature portion of this whole topic, I think there's also something to think about in terms of the economic impact. We have a lot of Jersey plates, we have a lot of city people. We don't have to drive to get here, we all live here and enjoy this place. And it is indeed rare. And so I think that it's something that we need to really think about. I think it is important that we have coverage, but I also think that considering where we live and what this environment is, it's really hard for me to believe that we would put another piece of equipment like that in the midst of a view shed that is so incredibly important economically and from a nature standpoint. So I really hope that the board considers these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Hurt.
Hi. I'm Michael. I live at 486 Granite Road, which is probably less than 1,000 feet from where you're gonna build this tower. It's used to be the owners of the Granite Hotel, the people who built those hotels, built those houses that I live in. We have a son, and our neighbors next door have 2 kids. I've lived in this area for 10 years. Beautiful area, I love it. And I guess I just really don't understand why, if we're gonna build another cell tower, why we would build it around all these homes. I realize that, you know, maybe the jury is out on whether or not health-wise this these high frequency and low frequency microwaves can affect you. And the jury's probably out on that because, you know, big money interest doesn't want that kind of knowledge being spread around. But I do believe, like most people probably, that living right next to one of these cell towers is not good for your health. I don't think it would be good for our children's health who live around there, for all the children who get bussed in to the hotel weekly for their camps, or the children that live in the apartment building that this is gonna be built right next to. Is that right? This cell tower will be on that property of the apartment building? No. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. It just seems like with all the houses on Granite Road, Stony Hill Road, and that area, I probably passed 30 houses on my way, you know, on my mile drive here. It just seems like there could be, if we have to have another tower, there can be a better location further away from all the people. I mean, you might as well just put it smack dab in the middle of Kerhonk's and, you know, around all those, yeah. There's so many people that live right around that area. It really doesn't make any sense to me to have it right in that location, right next to an apartment building, right next to all these houses. Burmy Road, Project 82, which is a really beautiful area. So other than that, I also feel the same as the gentleman said earlier. I've been here 10 years. I probably wouldn't have bought the house if there was a cell tower there in the first place. And I think that should be taken into consideration for all these folks that own property around here. How you're going to affect the fact that they moved in with no cell tower there and now there will be one. And should they choose to move somewhere else, are you going to lower the property values of everyone's houses in the area because of this? because, you know, whether or not the radiation put off by these towers affects our health or not. I know you can't take that into consideration, which is kind of curious as to why that is. But whether or not that does affect, people do have it in their mind that it could affect our health. It could have a negative impact on our kids' health, and that in turn probably lowers property values and the ability to sell a home that would be within the proximity of these cell towers. 558 million cell phones, huh? That's a lot. 558 million cell phones. How much is that? Like quarterly revenue, but some pretty big money interests that you guys are going up against here. And you're not allowed, you said you're not allowed to consider health impacts, right?
This is a time for you to make statements. We're not gonna get into a discussion.
No, I just wanted to
But
clarify.
for the record,
It's only the view.
by law, the impact of RF waves on the environment, which has been interpreted to be the entire environment, people, animals, plants, we can't consider that as part of in our decision.
It's kind of interesting, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, wonder why that is. All right. So, is the owner of the apartment building that are they here tonight?
You're getting into, Mr. Hull, you're here to make statements, not to ask questions. So do you have
Okay.
anything else?
I think that's probably about it. I think that's
Good.
it.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it. I said Hull, I meant Hurt, sorry. Sheila Finnan? Finan? Okay. Larry Friedman?
I'm Larry Friedman. I live on Stony Road. I'm husband of Michelle Hertz, as the board knows. I've been to every board meeting that has considered this application. And as you know, I'm a great student of the file and really have read absolutely everything that has been filed in this case. The most compelling reason why the board should deny Verizon's application is the extent to which the proposed tower will impair the magnificent view shed of the Shawangunk Bridge, which includes Minnewaska State Park and the Shawangunk Mountain Scenic Byway. At a bare minimum, if the board decides not to deny the application, the board must issue a positive declaration under SECRA and require Verizon to submit an environmental impact statement. The balloon test established that the proposed cell tower will have a significant adverse impact on the view shed. Those of us who were there, those of us who took photographs of the visible balloons, which Verizon did not accept and for some reason has not included, well, for a very good reason, contrary to their interests, but did not include any of those photos in their presentation. All that has been put to one side, and you can't let it be put to one side. Verizon acknowledges, and they acknowledged it in the revised visual resource evaluation that they submitted to the board on August 8th. Verizon acknowledges that the balloons were visible from 6 of the specified vantage points that the board had identified. And thus the proposed tower will be visible from those 6 vantage points as well. Indeed, it will be more visible than the balloons because of the width and the configuration of the antennas, especially when co-locators antennas are added. As the members of the board know, those locations are Route 209 between Kerhonkson and Accord, the lower overlook on the byway, the upper overlook on the byway, the area outside the Minnewaska State Park Visitor Center, the path at Stony Kill Falls, and Granite Road, where the tower will loom over the apartment houses and the other nearby homes on both sides of the project site. You didn't see from Mr. Olson's presentation any photos that were taken on Granite Road, and there's a very good reason for that. And you should look at the photos with Mr. Allen's simulations, which shows that the tower will loom over these houses, destroy their property values, and be an absolute eyesore and a blight on the view shed. As to the other photos that Mr. Olson showed today, you should not be fooled by that. Those photos are two-dimensional. They have no depth at all. As Mr. Allen confirmed, they're relatively low-resolution, blurry photos that were taken by Tectonic's consultants at Verizon's consultants at Tectonic. It's quite conspicuous that they didn't show you any of the photos that the scores of members of the public who took 2 days away from their lives and observed the balloon test. They didn't show you any of those photos because those photos show how visible the balloons were. Those of us who were present, including several members of this board who I saw taking photographs, they know that when you have a 3D live perception, you could see the balloons and you could see the crane distinguished from the background, the trees and the vegetation in the background. The low resolution blurry photos that Verizon is now relying on are flat, they're two-dimensional, and you cannot see the tower distinguished from the background. But those of us who were there and those of us who submitted photos that were ignored know that the balloons were visible and therefore the tower will be even more visible. So please don't let them tell you that the photos that they just showed you are an accurate representation of what the tower will look like. Now, the impairment of the view shed triggers two important mandates under the zoning code. I don't have to remind this board that it's here to enforce the zoning code. There are two provisions of the zoning code that are triggered by this view shed impairment. Section 29A1 says that the intent of the zoning code is to ensure that the tower's location, quote, will pose the least possible adverse effect upon the town and its inhabitants, which includes protecting the town's scenic, historic, environmental, and natural resources. That's your mandate from section 29A1 of the zoning code. If you read a few paragraphs down in section 29A4 of the zoning code, it states that the code's intent is to, quote, minimize adverse aesthetic and visual impacts to protect the natural features and aesthetic character of the town with special attention to the Shawangum Ridge. Those are not my words. Those are the words that are in the code. It specifically calls out the Shawangum Ridge for special protection. Not only under the code, but the impairment of the view shed also implicates the DEC program policy on assessing and mitigating visual and aesthetic impacts. And I've discussed that document with several of you, and I know you're familiar with it. As you know, the program policy states that, quote, if the potential exists for a significant adverse impact on the character or quality of any identified visual resource, then a positive declaration should be issued under secret. That's page 9 of the program policy. Here, there is unquestionably the potential. I would say it's more than the potential, it's the fact, but there's clearly the potential for such a significant adverse impact on the view shed, and therefore you must issue a positive declaration and require an environmental impact statement. The program policy also states that context is a key element of significance, especially when evaluating visual impact. Here, the context could not be more dramatic. Verizon is not proposing to build this tower in the middle of a shopping center parking lot. For goodness sake, they are proposing to put this tower in the context of one of the most spectacular view sheds in the state, if not the country, if not the planet. As we've said before, and as Mr. Hurt said, and several other people have said, it is difficult, it is impossible to imagine a worse location for a cell tower than the one that is proposed here. Well, let me underscore that as Verizon also conveniently sweeps under the rug, the burden of proof rests with them to demonstrate that the proposed tower does not create the potential for impairing the view shed. The burden is not on the board, the burden is not on the public to prove that the tower will threaten the view shed. Verizon in its submissions, and I've read them all too many times, repeatedly attempts to reverse the burden of proof, arguing that no one has shown the tower will impair the view shed. Verizon has it backwards. The program policy spells out in black and white that Verizon bears the burden of proving that the tower will not impair the view shed. And Verizon has offered no evidence on that at all, other than the highly deceptive photographs that they showed to you this evening.
Larry, you're at about 10 minutes. Are you gonna be able to wrap it up soon?
Yes, I will. Verizon also argues that there's no evidence that the tower will reduce the public's enjoyment of the view shed. They say that the mere visibility of the tower doesn't do the trick. You have to show that there's a diminution of, there's a threatened diminution of the public's enjoyment of the view shed, and they say there's no evidence of that. Members of the board, I would tell you that that evidence is seated in front of you in this room. The people who are here who object to this, they are evidence that the impairment of the view shed will diminish their enjoyment of the view shed. You've heard from town residents in written comments. You're hearing that from them tonight. You'll hear from them at the next hearing that the impact of the tower on the view shed will interfere with and reduce the public's enjoyment of these visual resources. And you also know this from the letter that you received on April 28 from the Palisades Interstate Park Commission, which manages Minnewaska State Park. The executive director of PIPSI, as it's called, Mr. Laird, expressed to you his concern that the tower will adversely impact what he called, quote, critical recreational, scenic, and economic resources. In conclusion, and I thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair, given the results of the balloon test, as we all saw them and photographed them in pictures that have been swept aside, given the results of the balloon test, given the public's comments, given the zoning code provisions that I have quoted, given the terms of the DEC program policy, and given common sense, the board should deny Verizon's application. At a minimum, the board must issue a positive declaration under secret and require the submission of an environmental impact statement. Thank you very much.
Probably shouldn't say this, but I will. Larry's been here for every meeting, so that's why I gave you double the time. Thank you. Bernadette Ouellette? In as much as to say everybody else has 5 minutes. Or it's maybe 7. Is Bernadette here?
This is Sheila.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't hear that. Ezra Firestone,
You left.
okay. John Modeski.
Thank you.
John,
Thank you, guys. I'm gonna use this today, I'm not a public speaker either.
can you speak a
I'm
little louder?
not, I'm not too much of a public speaker.
You're doing what,
Okay, thank
you'll
you.
do great.
My name is John Medeski, I live on Stony Hill, across the street from Rich. And with my family, been there 14 years, been up in this Catskills for 25 years, we're. I don't know, what distance are we, less than a mile, very much less than a mile from the site. Proposed cell tower, and we don't want it in our backyard. Period. It will impact our property values, it will impact property values for the same reason everybody said here. I know that I would not have bought a house, cell tower that close. But I don't think I'm the only person in America who feels that way. But it will affect our property value, whatever studies say, I don't believe it, because I know what I would do, and I know what everyone else here says that we would not buy a house that close to a cell tower. And it is a threat to wildlife. And although we're not supposed to talk about it, it poses health risks.
In 2021, the FCC received a court order to re-examine safety standards of wireless technology because they failed to consider long-term exposure. These studies, the results of these studies have not been revealed, so we don't know. You know, and I just also want to remind us that when I was a kid, smoking wasn't bad. We're in the infancy of this, we have no idea. I know you can't take that into consideration, but I need to say, I believe it, I believe it's not good for us. There are peer review studies in Europe and Israel linking RFs and serious health problems. The cell tower is not needed. We have 3 towers in the area that don't have the city hall in Hermanson. This kind of tower is for an industrial area, not a residential area. And also, just to address the fact that we have Wi-Fi, there's so many other ways to use a cell phone. You don't only need cell towers and cell service, satellite. You know, Wi-Fi.
John, if I could remind you to address the board and not other members of the public that
I
are
had one
talking.
for those.
We know who what you're speaking of, we just,
Yeah.
let's
I
avoid.
understand. You know, if they get the permit, and we'll have no say in what they do afterwards. They can add more layers to it, they can change it to 5G without any approval. It will be an eyesore and one of the most amazing views in New York State. The town zoning code, section 14029, has restrictions that can protect one of the most beautiful view sheds we have. It doesn't help the community at all. It's just a small group of people trying to make some money. We are fine with the service we have. It is all loss and no gain, in my opinion. And I feel it's your job to prioritize the residents of this community, not the corporations, the people that don't live here. So I encourage you to vote no.
Thank you, John. Bob Lesno?
Me. So I want to thank people who have spoken before me, and most recently Larry articulated in such a complete thorough way why this proposal should be absolutely declined and denied. It seems as though the view shed itself has been the only acceptable objection that we as a community have, although property values, I would say, you know, should definitely be considered a secondary, not just as equal primary reason to deny this kind of application. And I myself looked at those images as a person in the audience and said to myself, what's the big deal? You can't see anything on those images. It's not gonna ruin anybody's view. And then to later find out how misleading those images are to the real impact on the view shed, should the tower be allowed to be built. It's really an assault on our good faith, understanding of what it is we're being asked to oppose or support. But I want to thank everybody who has come out to oppose this, and to say that as was mentioned before, as mentioned by the applicants themselves, if there is a deficit in coverage, that they feel an obligation to their subscribers, let them find another place. Yeah. A place that does not have such a dramatically detrimental impact on the area that we live in. Let them find a shorter tower. Let them find another place to improve the coverage without creating this huge damage to all these other features of the area that we live in. Thank you.
Next person, Patricia. Chana Illinois.
I'm not going to say everything new that the things that people have shared have been profound. And I am not in favor of this whatever. I've been a school teacher in Ellenville, Napanock School, and in Rondout. I lived here most of my life. And I am not in favor of this. I go for sunsets. We drive up to Minnewaska. And that view means a lot to me. I've met people up there that come to Minnewaska to see the views of the mountain. It will be a really big mistake if you go forward and improve it. Thank you.
Julia Walsh. Miss Walsh.
Hi, I'm Julia Walsh. I live in Acworth off of Lucas Turnpike, and I own 5 parcels as well up on Rocky Mountain Road. I was an elected official in New Paltz from 2003 to 2007, and I sat through many a planning board meeting. And I know how both tedious and largely thankless this job is, but how critical it is when it comes to very important decisions like the one that you're gonna make now. And there are so many decisions that you make that are minor in scope, but this one really will have a profound impact on not just our generation, but future generations, and echo many of what the other residents have said as far as the impacts to both their property values, the view shed, and public health and safety. And as someone who has dedicated my life to the protection of the environment in New York State, I lead an organization called Frack Action that helped ban fracking in New York. I do think it is quite outrageous and not your fault, of course, that you can't consider environmental impacts, and that the telecommunications lobby is quite powerful and did a great job of making sure that that could not be considered in your decision. That said, I mean, this is an industrial scale it's a project. It's 15 stories tall, and it has no place in a residential area. As you've heard from many people who live literally, next door to it. There are, as many spoke, there's already 3 towers in the area. We don't need this one. The other issue that we've heard some about is that if, and hopefully not, but if this tower was built, you as a planning board would have no jurisdiction over whether or not that tower is increased in scale and size, layering of more layering of more cells for the tower, and increasing the radiation from it from 4G to 5G. There have been quite a bit of studies that have been done both here in the US, Europe, and other countries that I will submit about public health. And I have heard that there are studies that maybe you have already seen, and some of the residents will get to you about property values. I also went to college at SUNY New Paltz, and during my time on the village board, and I worked for over 10 years at the Pine Grove Dude Ranch as their residential clown sunshine. And so I made many hundreds of trips over the ridge there in the view shed. And, like many have said, I mean, that's a place that that's a destination spot that people come to literally look out over that view shed. And so building a massive cell tower, it really doesn't have a place here. And from what I understand in the applicant's presentation, that made clear is that the cell tower is not really needed except for a short stretch of road, which some of the residents are here today saying they don't want it. And will have a very bad impact on the entire area. So it does seem to me that there really isn't a need for this cell tower, and that really needs to be taken into consideration. So private corporation, these guys don't live here, you know, they are here getting paid to push this project through. Whoever the landowner is gonna make some money, and the rest of us are gonna suffer, and not just those of us who live here residentially, but you know, the untold amounts of people who spend money coming here on our tourism economy, which I have lived in the area. I've been here since I was 19, working at the Pine Grove and being in the area. There has been a dramatic increase, as we all know, in the number of people who come to live here, the number of people who come as tourists here. And, you know, that is going to be impacted by a massive new cell tower that we will be able to see. And just as one of the people had said, you know, not wanting to live under high tension wires, you know, after many years, we know that property values are impacted by housing that is next to a high tension wire. There are studies about public health. I mean, I said this to a friend yesterday. It was a realtor that couldn't make it tonight. I think you'll see more people coming out as this news spreads more and more that this is a possibility. But you know, the fact of the matter is that this is even worse than a high tension wire, because high tension wires, their field of energy is staying in one place on a wire. The purpose of the cell tower is to blast out radio frequencies. You know, and I do feel it's unfortunate that some of the way in which we look at the radio frequencies from cell towers and such is seen as something that is a little bit maybe even like conspiratorial or outside of the norm. But there are, you know, this is a new technology. There are studies that are coming out, and you know, I do think that taking into consideration common sense, I mean, this is a massive tower blasting out radio frequencies. If that doesn't impact human health and the environment, like I don't know what does. They're not just invisible rays that, you know, dissipate out into the atmosphere. They have impacts to our health and safety. And so while you can't make a decision on that based on the health and the environment, you have a very strong case here. I was also spent many hours listening about our Scenic Byways Commission. That is
Julia, you're gonna
scenic-
have to wrap it up.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say that in closing, that scenic byway there is worth its weight in gold. There's every reason that this would be held up in court based on the impacts to the viewshed and the impacts to property values. There are some studies in that, and we'll share that with the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Kaplan.
She left.
Sure, okay. Troy Harrison.
Right, I'm 100%, and I've lived here for 37 years. There's just three things I wanted to mention. One, I'm one of the people that took photographs. I took them on my iCamera. It's not fancy. It doesn't have an external zoom. And the balloons were very visible. And I shared them with the board. They haven't made their way somehow. I'm happy to share them again. I have them here. So I just want to say that. I wanted to say I also went to the site. I didn't go on it, but it was next door to it, and there's a small wetland. And I used an app that records birds, and they're incredibly short amount of time. The amount and variety of birds that I captured is unbelievable. That was right there. And the third thing I want to say is, we were talking about rays that are invisible. Well, we all grew up where we knew we weren't supposed to stand in front of the microwave or get x-rays if you're pregnant. So just because you can't see something doesn't mean it doesn't exist and it doesn't hurt us. And there's a lot of research showing that. So it's, you know, accessible. So that's it.
Jeannie Hertz.
I just have a question. I was like, what happens in a few years when this technology is obsolete? Who takes it down?
Jeannie, we don't take questions. You can make a statement. You can make a statement to that effect.
Like I'm on the prefab. So in a few years, I hope that Verizon will be willing to take down this technology when it's obsolete. Is that a good way to put it? Good.
Thank you. Eric Hertz.
Make a few points. Probably the most popular viewpoint in Minnewaska Park, you can tell by how eroded the trails are, is sometimes folks should go up to the viewpoint and cross the road and walk up to this beautiful area of pitch pine trees and solid granite. It looks right out at the cell tower. I took pictures from there and it was so clear with the naked eye. Those pictures were not included. But there's no place in Minnewaska Park where you look at the Catskill Mountains as popular as that. I was turned on to it by my children who said, Dad, everyone goes out there. High school kids are up there all the time looking at that view. They watch the sunset and the sunrise in that spot. So anyone who wants to see that view, just park at the parking lot and walk straight back and you'll see this very eroded trail. It's really well used. The next thing is I'm in the adventure travel business, and my business is in Patagonia, Chile. And we're in a very rural area, very beautiful rivers. There have been 2 forest fires in this rural area in the past 35 years that I've been there. And one of them was caused by a lightning strike, and the other was caused by a cell tower. I tried to dig up a newspaper, I couldn't find it. Newspaper article about that cell tower fire. I don't know what caused it. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know what caused the cell tower to start a fire, but it started. If you look at Stony Hill Road on Google Earth, it's in the forest. If there's a fire, the houses are going to go. Again, I don't know if that cell tower fire was started, how it was started. And if there's a fire on Stony Hill Road, all those houses are in the middle of it. And the other thing I wanted to mention is the applicant told us all that this is very necessary. People need it because people on Stony Hill Road, there are some black areas. So here we have an audience, and we have a couple of people, a gentleman who spoke, and not one person clapped. I'm not making a judgment. So these are all neighbors here. A lot of them are left, but there were 50 people, I counted them. And every time someone spoke against this cell tower, everyone clapped. So my thought is, where are all the neighbors? Where are all the neighbors that are not, that don't have reception and that we need this thing? They didn't show up. This thing has been in the Shawangunk Journal, this meeting. It's been online with the town. There's posters around the town. Where are the people that want the cell tower? So that's it.
Thank you. Bob Anderberg.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like, if possible, to reserve my comments for the next session of this public hearing. The reason is that Mr. Olson and the Verizon team made some very detailed points in their presentation tonight. I would like to go back and review the presentation, make sure I'm responding in a detailed and accurate.
Sure.
By the way, a lot of people in the community deeply appreciate all the work that you and the other members of this board are putting into work value. So thank you.
It looks like Mr. Hasbrook or Mrs. Hasbrook. I can't read the first name.
I'm not gonna say anything right now. I got a letter.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna pass for now.
Who's that speaking in the back?
Yeah.
How are you? You sent us a letter?
I'm gonna send a letter. I'm gonna pass
Okay.
it right now. So,
Thank you.
reserve my right.
Okay, great. Daniel Schultes.
I'm not gonna say too much. I'll piggyback pretty much on what everybody else has been saying here. Everybody's made fantastic points. I'm opposing the cell phone tower. I've lived on Project 32 Road for about a decade, married, I have 2 small children. I love to spend time up on the ridge. I try to bring my son up there as often as we can. I don't know if you guys have ever been up there to see the millstones that are carved and left since the 19th century, but it really is it's something beautiful that everybody should take a chance to hike up there and see. I think service in this area is adequate. If you really have a dead space somewhere, there are plenty of other providers you can come across. AT&T has fantastic coverage in this area. Emergency services can be contacted without cell phone reception. On most newer phones, they actually connect to satellites. If you can't connect to a satellite, most carriers will push to another carrier for a 911 call. So, I mean, if that's the biggest concern that people have, it's nil in my opinion. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Anita,
Hi,
hi.
Anita Garrick, and I am one of many that you've heard that's actually opposed to the cell tower. As you've heard, some of us were born and raised here and are very protective of the land and its inhabitants. Some of us moved here for the beauty of the town and the land, the viewshed, and are protective of both. Many of us are very concerned about the known negative aspects and effects on health of the cell towers, on birds, on plants, on wildlife, and on people. Some of us feel really ill in proximity to cell towers. None of us should have to fight for the protection that's reserved to you.
Toby Stover.
Yes, hi. My name is Toby Stover and I live on Glow Valley Road bordering Mohonk Preserve. And I'd like to thank the board for your service. It's much appreciated. This is a hard job. I've been a Rochester resident for 45 years. Our family hikes on the ridge and state lands in our township. We moved here in 1980 because of the pristine nature of our surroundings, wanting to live in harmony with nature, away from the hustle and bustle of city lifestyle. Even though we live in a stone house, we're able to get cell reception easily. However, we maintain a landline, and we've been fortunate to have the landline during storms and blackouts when we were without electricity. If people are worried about getting help in an emergency, they might consider getting a landline and not phasing them out. I believe that most people who choose to live in this area are self-sufficient with or without perfect cell reception. We are not worried that in an emergency we will not be able to reach help. We are independent people who aren't looking to a utility to guarantee cell reception everywhere at the expense of wildlife, natural beauty, and our health. There are many grave concerns about permitting yet another cell tower in our township. During the first town board meeting, listening very carefully, I heard the Verizon rep say that there is a need for an additional tower. I wondered how he was defining the word need. My thoughts were that we need to breathe clean air, drink pure water, and eat healthy food. We don't want a corporation telling us what we need, and we certainly do not need another cell tower. If the gentleman had been speaking honestly, he might have said that Verizon wishes to install another tower for their own benefit by blanketing all of us, every single person in this room, our lands, airwaves, flora and fauna, with unsightly, irradiating towers for a convenience rather than a necessity. This is not a good idea. This is a threat to ourselves, wildlife, and an eyesore from our Minnewaska trails, and is also visible from the Undivided Lot Trail where I live and hike, adjacent to the Mohonk property. If our town accepts this new installation, it may be an open door to endless new towers blanketing our pristine lands. Someone has to say no, or there will be no end in sight. We have enough towers already. We don't need or want any more. The Verizon request is in violation of zoning code 140-29. There should be no special use permit. This is our town, and the board represents us, not the Verizon Corporation. Therefore, we urge you to deny the application of this new cell tower construction. Please do everything in your power to protect our citizens, wildlife, and pristine lands from the intrusion of corporate needs that trample our rights to live as we choose. Thank you.
Jill Cole,
You left.
looks like River Cole Miller,
You left.
Ava Cole Miller,
You left.
okay. Franny Hertz,
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. Thank you to the board for your hard work. Really do appreciate it. I just want to say that also at the first meeting, I recall Verizon saying that there were 15 neighbors approached for a cell tower and 3 said, okay, the rest didn't want one on their property. And apparently this is a random site. This was not a site that they were like, oh, those 4 miles of people don't have service. We need to put a tower here. An industrial size tower here. That's not what happened. That's not what they described. I remember that. That's stuck in my brain because I'm like, okay, so 13 people don't want this. You know, I'm not so good at math, but do the percentage. So my name is Franny Hertz. I live in Accord. I've been here 37 years. I have worked with the children and families of this community the whole time I've lived here. I'm urging you, the board, to protect our small slice of paradise here in the town of Rochester and not to give in to the human desire for more and more at the expense of the health of our planet. After collecting signatures from community members on a petition opposing the cell tower, I found that 98% of the people I spoke to do not want or feel a need for better cell service. In fact, most people were vehemently opposed, and one person said, no more ugly. So yeah, the Hudson Valley Resort is ugly. I agree. But this guy was like, no more ugly. So it's different. It's different. Right? Because you keep adding ugly and then you get more ugly. I just want to, and I think we all can agree that cell towers, I think Mr. Olson himself said maybe, I don't know, into the 3rd meeting I was at, he even said he sees them on the thruway and acknowledges that they are not attractive. So we can all agree that they're ugly. When we see them lining the landscape all over our country and how they destroy view sheds. In addition, it's important to mention, when I was getting these signatures, every single small business I went to and said, can I be outside and ask people to sign this? Every single small business in this community where we live, everyone said, absolutely. Put your poster up, put your signature thing there. We'll tell people as they come in. Not one person said to me, no, it's too controversial. Not one small business in our community. So I know we can agree about the ugly. I think everybody in this room can say that these things are ugly. Maybe we can't agree about the damage to wildlife and habitat. Maybe that's controversial. I live along the Rondout Creek, about 4 miles from the proposed cell tower. In the month of May, I recorded 40 different bird species as I walked along the creek. In addition, I did some research and found out that the Shawangunk Ridge is a globally designated IBA, or Important Bird Area, as designated by the National Audubon Society. So, I don't know, birds, if it's view shed, I mean, songbirds, raptors, are they pretty? Is that a view thing? I mean, to me it is. To me it is on purpose. I think probably for you guys it is too. We have a unique and special place we call home here in the town of Rochester, which includes a plethora of wildlife, clean water, mostly clean air, open space, farm, family farms, and parks. This is worth protecting.
If this tower is built, we can be sure more will follow. Like when one person litters on Towpath Road and then it appears that littering is acceptable in the place and then other people litter. In addition, when this technology becomes obsolete, which is predictable, the tower will remain in the landscape and its base of concrete and generators will continue to tarnish at the ground level. And I would like to say, I don't know if any of you have stood next to the cell tower, like the generators, they give off a lot of heat. A lot of heat. It's very uncomfortable. So, as I said, I'm an advocate for kids. That's my life's work. We're banning cell phone use in our schools to protect our children in the state of New York. Doesn't this translate to less is more in the case of the cell towers? The mixed messages are confusing for our kids who have adjusted to the ban and are healthier for it. But now we're considering placing a cell tower right in their neighborhood with multi-family buildings, apartments, and homes. So what are we even saying to the kids? You can't have your phones, you can't have your phones. We want more service. So I appreciate the town's requirement of a special use permit to build a cell tower and the need for a variance to restrict its height. These restrictions were put in place for a reason, and I implore the planning board to use all the tools at your disposal to oppose this cell tower and protect our beautiful town for each of us, our neighbors, and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Ira Stern?
Thank you very much. My name is Ira Stern, and I've lived in the town of Rochester since 1987. We live on Towpath Road. I'm an environmental planner and a professor. First, as other people have said, I also really appreciate the time and energy that the planning board gives us as volunteers. And especially in the case where there's a request for a waiver, we're really entrusting you to use your discretion and your knowledge. And you've been to so many meetings and have seen you in action on all actions before the board, very professional, and we're very lucky to have you and our consultants consider this application. All of us in the town, this is proven by the balloon test, are affected by this application. You know, certainly people who live right there are, any visitors to Minnewaska Park, the person mentioned coming down from Cherrytown Road or the Pine Grove on that side. The balloon test has proven that you can see it. And I think it's also important to acknowledge that while the zoning rules may allow cell towers in this particular zone in the town, any waivers or special permits under these rules should be granted only out of applicant need or hardship weighed against detriment to the community. And that really comes from Mr. Gordon's memo, which he eloquently explained waiver criteria. I don't want to repeat everything that's been said. People have really done a great job making some excellent points. But just a couple of things. First, this application is by a private company seeking to create a commercial enterprise. It's sponsored by Verizon, which is one of many cell carriers in the region. I have T-Mobile and services fine in our house, and how we also have our internet, no complaints. But it's questionable and seemingly undetermined how many townspeople are Verizon customers and how many of those customers are dissatisfied with their service. And I was hoping that we would hear from some of them tonight. And as Eric pointed out, we really haven't. But this begs the question, who is serviced by this project and why should the town, using its discretion, grant a waiver to benefit very few of us, if any of us? It would seem that this slow but steady transformation of Route 209 into a regional highway, maybe that's the service target. Regional highway and highway related development is not something that's supported by the town master plan or the zoning ordinance. Route 209 is well covered by self-service, in my opinion, and any gaps between Ellenville and Kingston last just a few minutes, if at all. And we just heard tonight, 4455 has a 3 mile gap. That's, you know, at 55 miles an hour, it's a couple of minutes. I think we can handle that. It's also not about increasing internet access in the town. We have, is it Spectrum? We have, other cell carriers. While a cell tower is permitted in this zone with a special use permit, there can't be a worse place in this particular zone. It's the yellow blob on the zoning map, to shoehorn a monstrous cell tower between apartment buildings, which we don't have very many of those in the town to begin with, single family homes and the hotel. And that's why the zoning code gives the planning board discretion. And this is especially crucial for those that would live in its shadow, physical and electromagnetic. A height waiver, if granted, would mean that the cell tower would mar the views of the Shangum Ridge, which we all cherish, and it's counter to the scenic byway. The byway plan itself clearly states the importance of the scenic resources of the town and the ridge, and it contemplates the interest in the future in providing for cellular connectivity, calling for, quote, creating a regional approach to wireless communication facilities. This process, an application by a commercial enterprise for a waiver, is the opposite of that approach. And I hope that the town will take a leading role in working with other towns to accomplish the vision of the byway plan. Denying the height waiver request is a start towards that. But the balloon test verified our worst fears, that we would see the tower from our favorite places like Kelders or Saundersville Farms, driving along Route 209. I saw the balloon clearly from one of my favorite places, Stony Kill Falls. The view today, if you go up there, it's all trees and distant mountains. It's an escape from visual clutter that you see everywhere else. I also clearly saw it from the Minnewaska Visitor Center parking lot while standing next to 10 other people who got out of their cars and were enjoying the view. A little red balloon one day is a huge cell tower the next day. 6, the applicant himself provided context for the tower at a previous meeting of the board and repeated it again tonight, saying that it would be next to the Granite Hotel, which is characterized as an eyesore or say white elephant. I guess it's that too. He said, how much worse could it be? We have the Granite, so a little cell tower next to it, no big deal. But we also heard recently from the owner of the Granite, who has an application or a proposal in front of his board to demolish the Granite Hotel. So what would that leave us? The second eyesore. But at the same time, the applicant's visual analysis, if you can call it that, you saw the images here today, said there would be no visual impact, but the applicant already has says that it would be an eyesore as bad as the Granite. So it's not adding up. There are many ways to measure visual impact. Piercing the tree line, check. Being visible, newly visible from public trails, roads, and businesses, check. Seen from the scenic byway. And the county gives guidance, seen instantaneously or for duration. Both. The DEC provides guidance, as Larry pointed out, for evaluating visual impacts. And so more importantly, is that your work here in establishing visual criteria, which I don't think the board has really faced before, will further protect the town in the future from the next application. These visual impacts are in addition to noise, electromagnetic waves, shade, and impacts to wildlife, which all point to a positive declaration under SECR. For the reasons previously mentioned, this all adds up to the planning board using its discretion in this case to not grant a height waiver and not to shoehorn this tower into a thriving neighborhood. We do not need more towers, and the applicant has not proven need nor hardship. The detriments are many and significant, and the benefits are elusive and unproven. I urge you to deny the application and very much appreciate the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you, Larry. Aaron. Kathy, Preber? Yes,
Thought it would sign in sheet. I wrote a letter.
we have a letter there.
Yes,
When did you send it in?
I sent it in a couple of months ago.
Oh, okay,
I've been at these meetings.
okay,
Well,
thank you. And last person on the list is John Demetrius.
Dimitrovitz.
Sorry?
My wife Kathy signed me in.
Okay.
I'd like to say something along with them. So. Oh, my name is John Dimitrovitz. I live on Upper Granite Road, about a mile from the site. So I work in New Paltz and I drive over the mountain every day. So on my way over, I go into New Paltz through Rosendale area. So I take 209 Lucas, 213, go that way. I don't have any issues with my cell service. GPS is on, my music is playing. I don't feel or see anything going on with it. Sometimes I go over the mountain, over Mohawk, go down that way. Couple of glitchy areas, minor inconvenience. 4455, going over the mountain, there is that area. Sometimes I might lose one of my cells. But it's that small stretch where there is, it's the dead area, I call it. But it's a dead area. I don't know why we need to have cell service there. There's nothing around. Basically, I'm looking at their maps they put up here. And it looks like we're going to have a lot of green at Minnewaska property. And maybe Mohawk Reserve, where we don't really need. We're out there enjoying our outdoors. There's not a lot of houses there, and if there is, like my house up on Granite, our cell service is not great. That's why I have Wi-Fi. It basically, it covers everything else. When the power goes out, I do have enough cell service. I can't stream, but I have enough cell service to me. It looks like they put this in the wrong spot. There's a lot more. If you look at their maps, I was looking at their maps that they put up here. There's a lot more dark areas or gray areas. Like down the road more, like let's say going towards Ellenville area, but I don't know why we would put something in our line of sight of our scenic beauty or wildlife on the mountain and right against state land. It just doesn't make sense. And it's again, I didn't care for their such. I just don't see why we would put it there. Every night I come home, I go over the mountain and it's like, it's magic. It's usually like magic hour, you know, when the lights dimming, pull over to scenic overlook, take a picture. And I take pictures from night to night, sometimes I can't even pull in there because it's so many cars. This is a weeknight. The overlooks, and it's right there. And my pictures that I took, which I submitted for the balloon test, quite different than the ones that were up there. I have to say, I was just comparing the ones I have here, and it's like they are. And I took it from different. I went to Kelvin Pond, took pictures from that side, took pictures from 209, took pictures from up there, whatever I could do that day, and it's visible. And this is still 20 feet below what it could be. Another 20 feet until the balloon, right? Because the balloon was suspected height and then they're allowed to 15, 20 feet above that. And we still don't know the actual size of this thing. How big, how many panels? And those panels are not like discrete.
Yeah.
You see them when you see cell panels. So I am against having a cell tower put there, right? Where it doesn't seem like it needs to be. If there's other places that wouldn't affect our view in our local area, nobody wants it in their backyard, I understand it. They have to go somewhere, but right there where everybody comes, to take views, pictures, things like that, I mean, right? It's just bad spot for it. I just don't see it as a good location.
So I'm against it. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the list. Does anybody else want to speak? Yes, ma'am. What's your name?
Hi, are
I'm
you,
sorry?
are you calling to?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. My name is Kelly Murphy. I live very close by on Stony Hill Road. I too have not planned anything, but first I want to just acknowledge all of you for the hard work, the dedication, the time, the long nights. To echo, what this lovely person said, I can imagine that, this is not, like you said, long hours and not the most rewarding work, and really, I just really do thank you for the time and the effort that you put in to stand for our town, and the remarkable work that everyone has done, all the facts, everything that you have brought to the table. I think just to echo and to not be redundant and beat the horse, but that there's not a need, I am a Verizon customer. I am a Verizon cell phone customer. I feel very happy with the service. I think it's more than adequate. And I think at the risk of everything that everyone has brought to the table, the watershed, the wildlife, I understand that you're not able to take health concerns into account, which, to be honest, really breaks my heart. It really, it feels in a way, and this is not a personal affront in any way, it feels that, in a way, are we losing our humanness? Are we more connected to, having the phone all the time than seeing the bigger picture here, which is where we live? And for those of you that do live around here, we know what this place is. We know the magic that it holds. That's why everyone comes here. That's why everyone wants to come and take pictures and hike and see the animals. And I understand, from the perspective of Verizon saying, well, we want to offer better service, but the service is good enough. And there's so many people here, standing here, validating that, confirming that. So, and from a health point, because I can't step over it, I'm a recent cancer survivor and I went through radiation, and we know we are starting to learn more about all of these things, all this technology and what it is doing, can possibly do, and what will happen in the future. So I think to say that that's not a consideration, just it feels like we're turning our head in the other direction. And yeah, what if and when if this technology does become obsolete, then we have something that is here that is not so easy to get rid of. And it does have a ripple effect. Everything has a ripple effect. So, the Mohonk Preserve, it is right here in the name. How do we preserve what we have? And for a lot of us in this room, we lived before cell phones. We did okay. We were able to drive over the mountain. We didn't have to be in touch at every moment all the time. So I think just for whatever it's worth, and I can't imagine that this is an easy decision, but to back it out of it and to see the bigger picture. And also to what one of the gentlemen said, sitting behind me, I know we're to speak to you guys and not to the community, but this is the community. The emotional well-being of all of us really matters. And I think that is, I would hope that would be taken into consideration, to see that all of the people that came out tonight, and we're all sitting here for hours waiting to speak and to share our case and our thoughts. And it's really genuine considerations and coming from the heart, for the animals, for the planet. And that if we have some blips here and there driving over the mountain and we don't have service for 5-10 minutes, it's not a big deal. And so, I am in opposition to the tower being so close to homes, to children, to all the things. And how unfortunate would it be to look back in hindsight and go, wow, that was a terrible idea. It really was detrimental. So that's what I have to share. And thank you for your time, and thank you for all the hard work you're doing.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Yes. My name is Barbara Lee Rubin. I'm a newcomer. I've only been here since 1965. And I want to bring up the fact that when I came here, there was no Minnewaska. There was no Minnewaska State Park Reserve. It is the land there was the lakes, there was all the beauty. And there's people in this room besides myself who fought very hard to create and to have Minnewaska created. And it was a big fight. And we were all involved with the whole seeker thing. And because we have that park now, for all of us, I mean, it's for us, everybody that spoke here today, just talk about the times that they go and see the sunset, or they do this, or they see a birdling. It's not just for tourists or visitors, but they also help the economy here. And so I am speaking to the board. I want to also comment, I didn't realize the comment on the fact that PIPSI, the Palisade Interstate Park Commission, has written such a serious letter. I'm urging the board to pay attention to that letter. I mean, that is Minnewaska itself asking to be careful. So I'm urging the board to not give the waiver and to reject the fact that this cell tower was or is planned to be and exactly where it is now. And the last comment that I just want to say is, I know I'm not supposed to ask a question, so I'm going to say it. I am so confused about how that spot could have been picked in the first place. Was Verizon just sort of out of the blue offered this piece of land of all the places to put a new tower? How was that spot picked? Because it is so wrong. It is so wrong for all the people that live in that pretty dense residential community there. So they have a view shed. You cannot fight on the health, but the people that live there have a view shed from here to that wall. And then when you go to Minnewaska, you have the beauty of the woodshed, of the view shed from all around Minnewaska. So it's the wrong place, and I urge the board not to give the waiver. Thank you.
Okay, we're not gonna close the public hearing tonight. I'm gonna keep it open for the next meeting. And I want to spend, is there one more?
I'll speak next time. I know it's late. I'm here. I live on that property, but I want to speak next time. I'll be here.
Okay, we'll be here next time too. I want to spend we're gonna have to take a break. And then we're gonna come back as a board and we're gonna start talking about some of these items. We're gonna start with Matt Allen, our visual person. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Again, the public hearing will not be closed. Peter?
I just want to thank the public for coming out tonight. It's really helpful to all of us as board members to hear opinions. And so I just want to thank you.
I'm sorry, can you?
Can I say one thing even though I already spoke?
I'm sorry, I still can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
Even though.
Yes, go ahead.
When the town was canvassed and people's doors were knocked out on.
He can't hear you, huh? He can't hear you.
When we went door to door in the community, some people said that Verizon had come to them and asked to do it there and were told no.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely.
Okay. So I want to add to what Peter said about thanking everybody coming out and for being so gracious and going with the 5 minutes.
The hearing will continue on the 27th, is that right?
That's what I said. So I want to thank you all again, and you're all welcome to come next time. The next time around, you can speak again, but I want to hear from the people who haven't spoken before. So if you do want to speak next time, my first question did we hear from you already? I'd like to hear from other people who may not have had an opportunity to talk. So with that, we're going to break for 10 minutes. Thank you all again. We'll be here for, I'm sure the board will be happy to about another hour discussing some of what we heard tonight. If you want to hang around, listen, you won't be able to participate, but you can certainly participate next meeting. Thank you. So watches the release. People get this all. And not. We sent out the public. Real specific about. Ever. You don't have a, wait a minute, let me finish. You don't have to. Listen.
What's happening?
It's told. So for us, they get.
Gardeners.
What local they had. When they went through the plans. And that's.
No, no.
Right down like 95%.
Work with a couple other.
Just one. They all show that this is the same thing. And it's just. It's over.
Yeah, I put a little of related words, but not much.
It's so fucking.
Yeah, I knew.
Somebody wants to complain about the eagle, somebody
Go around and go there.
Why are we gonna take pictures of the purpose of the blue tents? Is to see where it's been. You can see the green being spot. Not if you're using the first, you say the logical way of saying it. Good sword with a 300. Look, if we're gonna spend all night talking about that. This goes to things like the pies. No, I'm serious, because that become marriage. That's a 300. It's useless, of course. We're telling them, like, there's a people who's.
Yes. It's a nice city.
Hope we have a list, maybe you'll be satisfied when you see those. There's a whole list. I'm not, but anybody's.
Like, they're excited about.
We put it up.
That's
It's like, oh, it's a really good response.
Took the house that I was
Right on any peaceful sites.
I do.
More lawsuits.
They want. Like in with.
You don't have to like it.
That wasn't that involved.
You're gonna have to list.
Speedway.
Yeah.
That kept me in the minutes.
If what you're saying is that we need to enumerate each of the pictures and whether we're not using it.
So you told me that dog pictures anyway, so we're not, you know.
Well, it's public comment.
Yeah, it was like.
Where are they not?
They're not part of the visual.
They're all saying.
They were.
Yeah, you were.
They're all saying that they can't, that they're not.
Two.
But they're
I'm gonna ask.
Things rise.
I just don't, that's, I understand what that.
That's right.
I don't know.
Yeah, we had- Well, I'm gonna check it.
They need to know that their comments is really a lot of.
Well, they're not gonna be here for it. So I don't know how.
Yeah, I'm relative.
Oh, that's right.
They don't tell you what to do.
Like here, there was some.
Remember those days, huh? The founder here. Ellen Chase's, little house.
That's great. Not that I didn't think the wood thing, but I was in the.
She's still there? She's looking at.
With the. Yeah, I'm like, oh, But that. So I don't know what he's.
I love your dad, and I love really all the baby. I just started there. Anyway.
Yeah, I gotta sign the alley.
Cashy, Hatala.
When is he gonna like?
But that's.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Actually, my son and I think a little rope to the call.
Oh, that's like.
And the only reason you say.
Yeah.
See, we figured out on the line, condoms or others. Even control the speed. My grandkids don't want them.
I don't want any, I don't want any
My
dogs.
son's wife was from.
So I have. That's why when my neighbor about the.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
I mean,
I'm sorry, I had to say, you know, we're the same, we're the same age, so I just say, wait a minute. You got four, you got 4 more years.
okay, but no.
I understand what you're saying. I love the story, but it's right there.
I see one right here.
I turned it back.
Backyard.
Pretty much every day. So happy. You know, mostly the telephone. And then follow my thoughts.
Are you involved then or like?
I don't know, it's been good for a while.
Excuse me. I basically started, I was in the room. It's the worst thing.
I remember when they told me this, yeah. It was again.
Well, because that's a mission.
But your residents going to church, you get started trying to take the property off the tax roll. Like hundreds of acres, houses of acres.
Do I have to ask them?
My wife was.
Okay, let's reconvene. We have work to do. Well.
They sold.
Stacy?
Yeah.
Did you make sure the site is?
Nobody stays.
I'm feeling great. Yeah. Too.
I didn't mark the ones that weren't here.
I have it.
You have it. All right. Wow, that was very well orchestrated by the public and it was
And now.
very calm. Yeah, we can close that door. Thanks, Olin. Okay, so I have lots of notes. Before I get to, probably won't get to all of them. I have lots of questions. But I asked Matt Allen to join us and it was kind of a summary of the visual analysis that he did and delivered to us about a week ago now, and it's up on the website. Hopefully, everybody had a chance to look at it and specifically to look at the pictures and the view shed analysis. If you remember, the discussion we had last time was that we wanted Matt's work we wanted to redo what Tectonic had done. Not in any way describing anything wrong with it. We just wanted the kind of accuracy that Matt Allen felt that we should have as a board. And was concerned that we didn't have quite the kind of accuracy that he as our consultant thought we should. So enough said. So we have the our expert in terms of visual analysis. And I have lots of questions. And I'm no order of priority, but 2 or 3 come to mind. The statement about Mr. Laird from the PIPC. I assume he was referring to visualizing what he could see from the parking lot, because that's what we identified as probably the only place you could see it. And I do remember the letter. I'm gonna have to go back and read it.
I've got it in front of me, Rick, if you want it,
Is it long?
very short.
Go ahead. Want to read it?
Well, other than, I'll skip the first paragraph about thanking everybody.
Right.
Okay. It seems to be a common theme with your initial comments. It is our understanding, I'm going second paragraph, it's from Executive Director Laird, April 28th of this year. PIP staff visited numerous vantage points in the park on April 19th, 2025, concurrent with the balloon tests conducted by the town. The photographs shared with me by our Minnewaska State Park Preserve Park Manager and others confirmed PIPC's concerns that the proposed tower would be plainly visible from the park and on the 4455 scenic byway corridor. More specifically, the cell tower will impact views at the Minnewaska Visitor Center along the ADA path at Stony Kill Falls and from multiple locations along the 4455 byway. It is our understanding that the planning board will hold a meeting on April 5th, April 28th, during which the project will be proposed. I'm skipping some things. During these discussions, PIPC requests that the board require assessment of the proposed tower's visual impacts at reduced heights to ascertain at what point visual impacts to these critical recreational, scenic, and economic resources are reduced or eliminated. Simulations may be possible to avoid scheduling additional tests. PIPC also requests that the board simulate both a monopole and a monopine tower to determine which would best mitigate any visual impacts.
What's the date of his letter?
April 28th.
Okay. So that's one item that I'd like to discuss tonight, have you discuss with this, as well as kind of getting us all settled in on what you did and having a balloon versus having your simulations. That was the first thing that jumped out at me was that plus the Laird letter. And well, actually, those were the biggies when it came to the visual. Followed by the DEC code, if you would, on how to evaluate visual. Bolstered by or buttressed by our own town code 140-29 IB3, I think it is. I don't know if you're familiar with it, Dave is, because you sent us all a letter about it. So those 3 or 4 things, if it's all right with the board, I'd like to kick around. Unless there's something else, and there's a lot of things that jump out at me that we need to talk about, but those in particular jumped out at me. Is that all right if we chat about those? And with Peter, also the whole issue with a lot of the photographs not being evaluated, and there's a reason for that. So I want to make sure we get to that as well. But Matt, why don't you start, and then we're going to go to the whole issue of some of the pictures not being used.
Okay, is there anything you'd like me to focus on first? You mentioned a few things.
Why don't I know you had a way you were gonna go about it, so why don't you take?
Yeah, I think, just the work product that I sent out on Friday is what we had discussed at the last meeting, where I just had some observations that the applicant's work was done using a technology was not as crisp and accurate as LiDAR-based 3D modeling. So very simply, I took the applicant's photos and used 3D modeling technology to redo the simulations of the tower. And as I expected, the result was similar to the applicant's work. But in some cases, the result I got showed the tower being nominally smaller in the simulations than what the applicant had originally projected. And I think I advised the board that that was likely to be the result, for some reasons. And we discussed whether the board could accept the applicant's work with my observation that the applicant was probably somewhat overstating the impact. And that was just confirmed with my work, and certainly the applicant's work can be reviewed and compared to the results I came up with. I think they're very similar, and it doesn't really change any of the base information that the board can use for their determination. But, I found, the simulations of the towers as I placed them in using 3D modeling was slightly lower, offset by a very small amount horizontally, nothing to, alter the results. So the simulations that I prepared, the applicant prepared them using the balloon as the guidance document, or the guidance point, the survey reference point, if you will, to place the balloon horizontally and vertically and to scale in the photograph. I use 3D modeling, which is based on photographic technology, so that the scale of the tower in the photograph is true to the scale of the photograph. And so what I mean by that is the digital camera, virtual camera that I used in the modeling matches the camera parameters that were used in the field, such as 50mm lens is matched both in the field camera and virtual camera. The image resolution, and as I mentioned previously, I resampled the applicant's photographs up to about 24 megapixels to give a sharper rendering of the tower in that image, so it wouldn't be so blurred out, that it would be as crisp as technology allows at this point. And then I built enough of the terrain and visible elements within the photograph into my 3D model that I could match them, meaning the Granite Hotel building is an obvious structure that's visible in most of the photographs. So I built a 3D model of that fairly accurately, horizontally from aerial photography, vertically from LiDAR data that gave me the top elevation. I also built the regional landscape so I could match the ridgeline that's visible, at least from the Route 209 side. The ridgeline is very prominent. So all of those reference points that I built into the simulations match the photograph quite well, so that my certainty of the accuracy and scale of the tower is high.
So why when I look, so I look at the pictures that you sent us, the high resolution pictures over the weekend. And why do they seem so much less visible in the pictures that you did than the balloon test pictures with the balloons? I thought the balloon,
Yeah,
when we talked about doing a balloon test, the balloons were supposed to
one of my observations,
fairly represent.
yeah, maybe Mickey can correct me, but when I looked at the simulations that Tectonic had provided using the balloon as scale, the photographs from more than 1.5 miles away, it was difficult to detect a cluster of 3 balloons. And I think maybe there was a misinterpretation that the photograph was based on 1 4-foot balloon rather than 3 6-foot balloons, because the tower in the applicant's work appeared to be about 3 times too wide. The height was okay and the location was okay, but I think the scale of the tower that was inserted was just wider. So I think that's why you saw the tower appearing larger in the applicant's draft than you do in my work. My tower is built to scale, fully 3D. All the structural members are built to the actual dimensions that are contained in the application documents.
Would you comment on your pictures in the context of the DEC regulations? And remember, there's 2 sets of alcohol codes regulations. We also have the town code 14029. But in the context of the DEC, which you're familiar with, could you comment on your pictures relative to that guidance? And how you as a professional would interpolate or interpret?
Yeah, the DEC guidance does not specify any particular method or methodology to communicate the visual expression of the tower. It talks about view shed analysis, photo simulation, line of sight profile being tools that can be used to communicate degree and character visibility, but it doesn't specify that any particular method has to be used. So what the applicant did meets that standard. The supplemental work that we did meets that standard also.
So I guess what you're saying is at the end of the day, it's gonna be a subjective decision on the part of the board members as to whether or not it rises to the level of.
Oh, okay, maybe I'm misinterpreting your question. You're asking what criteria should the board use to
Yeah,
make a determination?
I probably bumbled around. with
No,
the
that's
question.
okay. That's okay. That's an easier question to answer. The DEC policy gives guidance on how to review the information that is provided in the visual impact assessment prepared for the project. And I summarized that in my letter to the board dated October 10th. I literally just cut and pasted out the language from the DEC policy that gives the board guidance on what to look for in the visual impact assessment, more than just the photo simulations, but also the body of work that the applicant provided, talking about visibility from these key visually sensitive resources, and to a certain extent, interpretation of those that is provided by the applicant. Now it's the board's opportunity to look at that information, agree or disagree, in order to determine whether the resulting visibility of the project rises to the level of a significant adverse visual impact that either should be mitigated or, if it rises to a high level, potentially cause denial of the project. If you'd like, I can read those 4 paragraphs into the record, or you already have them in writing.
No, I think everybody. I don't think we need to do that. Why? Can you help me understand why Laird's letter and his pictures don't coincide with what you
I
found?
have not seen Laird's
Which one?
pictures.
Which is that, whose pictures is that?
It's the pictures, well, I'm not even sure now, Peter.
Yeah,
It's from Laird, from PIPC.
was a ranger that was taking pictures that day.
There were a bunch of rangers up there that
Yeah,
were taking.
we walked by them. And they said they couldn't see it except for the visitor center. And there's also a letter on the website when they provided their pictures, because I used one of their pictures from the Minnewaska because they highlighted it. Where it says you can only see it from that specific spot at the top of the visitor. Actually, you gotta be on the rail of the top level of the parking lot, looking down. And he even mentioned that it was, so many feet.
Yeah,
Visible.
all of that is entirely consistent with the visual analysis. The view shed analysis identifies a very small area in front of the visitor center where likely visibility of the tower would be found, and that is exactly what was found when.
Cause there's 3 levels, I don't know if you've been there, but there's 3 levels at the center, and if you go down to those next parking lot, you're not gonna see it because it's gonna dip below the tree line that's there, and it's just barely above the tree line as it is.
So
Can I ask a question?
Did that group Pipsy submit pictures of the balloon that were visible from any other areas? Because it would seem to me, if he's gonna make a statement that I have a high concern. Okay, then are the pictures there? Can we see them? And let's see what I don't think they're there, so I think there's a disconnect between what the letter says and what
Well, that's what I'm.
reality is.
Because
That's
when I
what I'm
wrote that memo, I went through the whole backlog that Peter directed me to, and I pulled every letter, email, anything that had and I downloaded all those photos, and I pretty much had them all, I just made sure to double check. And I went through and I looked at the resolution and anything that had, metadata, and I looked at. So yeah, I considered everything. Actually,
Was that exercise that you went through, was that what you reflected on that spreadsheet?
yes.
of listing all of the pictures?
Yes,
And then you indicated which pictures were not acceptable because of they were taken at 100 millimeters, 200 millimeters.
yeah, I didn't, the only pictures I didn't review because I didn't review the ones that were submitted by the Park Service themselves, because I used them in the for the Minnewaska parking or visitor area. And Peters, because, you know, obviously we had them and he implemented a resolution and I used them to reference the falls. The Stony Kill Falls.
So again, I guess my question is, if it's so visible, I don't know the answer, but you would think the park would have pictures and would have sent them to us. And so then why can't we look at those and then just see what it looks like?
Do you have them?
I have whatever pictures were on the website, and then there were sent, there was an email, I forget, I referenced it in my memo.
I'll be honest, I don't remember, I'm not gonna spend too much time and we may have to do some homework here, but I don't remember getting anything from Pipsy, to be honest with you.
Because I even used the text in
Do you, Peter?
my
Yeah,
report
there's-
about Minnewaska, because it was from them, that's why I said, they can't see it, and they walk it every day.
I don't remember the memos, but I do remember that I was up there for a while that day. And they were there. I remember talking to them.
And they were taking pictures.
There's like a heart attack or something going on at the same time, so it was a little bit chaotic, but I remember that they were up there, but I don't remember there was a ranger that was doing it and I think.
And he had a monster lens.
George Gomes was.
So he was gonna see it.
So could we? Peter,
So
between you.
I'll try and track down the email.
And would you do the same, look at the
Make
pictures,
sure that we're not.
your chart,
Yeah, it has well, I don't have those, I only did the ones from the public, but, yeah, I can do.
because it sounds like there's a disconnect. There is a disconnect between the letter that you just read and the evidence that we have in terms of pictures. We either don't have them, we never got them. We didn't lose them.
I'll go back and I'll double check with the local parks
Okay.
personnel and find out and see if we can make sure that we didn't miss anything. I don't.
And Matt, you said though that the LiDAR the view shed showed that only a very small section, that's when I was up there, honestly, I never saw them. I couldn't see the tower picture, so I'm sure it was there. But you said the LiDAR basically would suggest that it's not visible from other areas.
There's three data sources that are all consistent. The first is the LiDAR based view shed, which you can't tell from the maps that I submitted because it's so small. I would have had to do a zoom inset.
Sure.
But it's exactly as was described. It might be about a 50-foot by 50-foot spot in front of the visitor center that if you wander out of that spot, you're either too low or behind the trees. What's causing the visibility from the visitor center is just a slight dip in the tree line on the opposite side of the parking lot where you have a little bit of a lower view of the valley. So that's one data point that tells me that there is visibility in front of the data center. It's largely limited to the parking lot walkway area, not the trails around it. So that would be a trigger to go to that location on the day the balloon study photograph was done.
And you simulated that?
Yes, so we have the photograph. So the second data point is the visibility of the balloon is exactly what the view shed said it should have been.
Okay.
In a very small area, if you wander out of that area, the balloon is now behind trees or below the ridge. And the third data point is the 3D modeling that I did, lining up, not even using the balloon as a survey point. I used the Hudson Valley Resort, which you can see the top of the building. I used the tree line. I used elements in the parking lot. All of that data helped me create my simulation, which matched the other two data points. So I'm very confident that the simulation that I provided, where you can only see the top of the antenna low to the tree line, is what will be seen. And interesting, the result from that was the first simulation was just of the tower as proposed at 145 feet with one single antenna. But we also looked at co-locators on it and two more antenna levels below that. the lay of the land and the tree line from the visitor center is such that those lower antennas that now fall below the tree line. So all you're seeing is the top
the top
antenna
one.
from that location. Which,
Can I make a suggestion? Because I think there were a lot of people out on the day of the balloon test that saw the balloons and they could see it from wherever they were looking. And it's hard in many of the renderings to see the tower. Could we insert the raw photo with the balloons so that people understand that the balloon was intentionally bright red? So that we could identify it, so that we could create.
Don't ask me, ask Matt.
Do you
well, in,
follow?
That's in there,
I feel
isn't
like.
it?
Yeah, it's in
in
there.
all of the simulations, there's
Is it-
there's an existing condition where I did not
Yeah.
Photoshop the balloon out.
Oh, okay.
That's why, just so you can see it before and after.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
And Matt, that was in,
See in some of those.
Matt, that's in the file that you delivered to us that we have up on the website, right?
Yeah.
It
I
is,
could see.
And we'll try to
in some
point
of
it
them,
out.
But not all of
it
them.
is difficult, so.
It's very hard to see.
And I did run these photographs through Lightroom to try to bring some of the color out to make the red of the balloon pop even more than the original photographic image. So the balloon is visible. If you go to the images that are on your website, looking at a lower resolution printed on paper or looking at it on a low res screen such as this, it's not going to give you the same effect as if you look at it on a higher quality monitor.
So if I understand you correctly, it is the case that the pictures with the balloons are just by nature of the balloons going to be a heck of a lot more visible than.
A red balloon is not a cell tower. We did endeavor to use 3 6-foot balloons to give you a spread roughly equivalent to the antenna. Which is above and beyond most balloon tests, but it's a good representation. But a balloon is not a cell tower. All it's telling you is where in space the top of the tower will be.
So essentially you're saying that the balloon is worse than the cell tower
It
in
could
terms
be,
of size.
considering that 3 balloons were used to approximate the entire width of the antenna, which is the largest portion of the tower, and the balloons were bright red. I would say yes, that probably would draw your attention to it more than the tower itself.
So, $64 question or $46 question. As you look at this and you know the DEC criteria, which ones of the ones that you've given us rise to a level of significance?
What the DEC policy says in its definition. I'll just read the first 2 sentences talking about the definition of impact. This is verbatim from the DEC policy. Aesthetic impact occurs when there's a detrimental effect on the perceived beauty of a place or structure. The next sentence is more important. Significant aesthetic impacts are those that cause the diminishment of the public enjoyment and appreciation of an inventoried resource or one that impairs the character or quality of such a place. So what they mean by inventoried resource is a place that meets DEC's criteria of what is known as a visually sensitive resource of statewide significance. For this project, that's what is truly relevant is viewpoints in Minnewaska State Park and viewpoints along the scenic highways. Any other place where the balloon was visible are really irrelevant to determination of visual significance. So we have a host of photographs taken by the public. The ones from Minnewaska State Park or the scenic byways are the ones that the board should take a look at. Now, they should be discounted if they were not taken using the criteria that I believe the board had put out when they asked the public for participation, which is the photograph should be taken using a high resolution camera and shot at roughly with a 50 millimeter lens that is not wide angle, it's not telephoto. It gives a good normal human eyesight representation. Any photographs taken with a telephoto lens really tell us very little. It just means somebody could see it with binoculars. Or if the exact location was not provided.
I want to clarify what you just said. First of all, if there are vantage points not from these statewide scenic resources, but to them. For instance, a view of the ridge from somewhere else. Would that also, I mean, somebody's looking at the ridge and the things in the way of it.
It would the only circumstance where that would matter is if you're on 209 looking toward the
Because
ridge,
209
because
seemed
you are
fine.
on a visually sensitive resource of statewide.
Well, let me ask you another question. Typically, when the board does a seeker review, they're looking at the potential for substantial adverse environmental impacts on the community. So if something would, for example, impact the neighborhood in a certain way, maybe runoff, maybe anything, noise, it's a good example, a neighborhood. So I guess what I'm saying is are those criteria that you read just for state agencies to react in terms of the impact on a state agency? Or is that something that this board is supposed to use to gauge neighborhood impacts with respect to a declaration of significance?
The definition I read is the seeker definition, State Environmental Quality Review definition of significant adverse visual impact. The DEC policy, and it's in the memo that I provided. Places that are not open for public access are not considered in the definition of significant adverse visual. A standard backyard view cannot be reasonably considered as in the determination of a significant adverse visual impact unless there is something in another code. So if in the town code, there was something in there that expressed the importance of the view from somebody's property or a local street that's not a designated scenic byway, then you could give some value to it.
If I've got a town park where, let's say, popular for whatever reason, kids play there or whatever else. And like a cell tower or something else comes up, and it's gonna be very, very visible from that park, and it might, impact a large number of people in the town. That's not eligible for qualification.
Not under the DEC policy, but you can consider that in the spirit of the DEC policy, if the town has its own designated recreational resources, they don't rise to the level of statewide significance based on the DEC policy, but they are of local importance. So if there were, let's just say, a town conservation area that has trails, it's not a state property, but it's a town property, or maybe it's a nonprofit ownership where the public is allowed to visit and enjoy the nature and the views from that. Yes, you can add value to that and consider that as part of whether in total the project may rise to the level.
But it has to be designated in the code, one way or another.
It has to be designated somewhere. It can be, if it is a town park that is, that would be memorialized in some legal document as under town ownership, open for public enjoyment. That certainly would qualify.
What about, if I can interrupt, Dave, you sent a memo out yesterday or today repeating the DEC criteria, but you also picked up on the town code 140-29. Could you read that? And it sounds like what Matt is saying is, and where I thought you were going, or you might be going, is that we should consider, we have to consider the town code, not instead of the DEC determination of what's significant, not instead of, but in addition to, because it's one doesn't rule out the other. It's real.
Yes, you are correct. if the town's comprehensive plan or the zoning code
Well, this
or
is
any
showing,
other document that has been formally adopted by the municipality or the county or the state, aside from the DEC policy, has identified or placed value on aesthetic conditions, the board can and should consider those.
Dave, would you read what you wrote?
Yeah, sure.
And I think it's in the.
So I,
Dave, hang on one
just
second.
that part, the town code.
It's actually in the pile.
And I just did, when I do this.
It's dated this morning.
Yeah, so.
Did you send it out?
It's right in your file.
It's in Munich.
It's in Munich.
It's in Munich, but it's
It's
also in your
in
file.
file.
Rick asked me to. So. I'm deferring on these. Is it visual and is there an impact? I'm just talking about. What measurement tools you use, so I was reinforcing what Matt said. About the DEC guidance document, which by the way is technically written for state staff.
That's what it is.
Right, it's a state staff internal document.
It is, but it is the de facto standard for
Right,
assessing visual impact.
but there's no law out there that says
So it's a
the
guide-
town has to use
It
this.
is a guidance document.
Right, it's the best we got,
Yes,
right?
yes.
All right, so
Um,
what does our town code say? 140?
your town code 14029I, little b 3. Quote, an assessment of the visual, this is the section about telecommunications towers, facilities. An assessment of the visual impact of the tower or structure, the tower base, sky wires, and accessory buildings from abutting and adjacent properties and streets as relates to the need or appropriateness of screening, which shall include a demonstration that the facility will be sited so as to be the least visibly intrusive and thereby have a minimal adverse visual impact on the environment and the nature and character of the community. I guess I gotta take a couple breaths. It's the longest sentence in the world. Existing vegetation and on the residences in the area of the wireless telecommunications facility, period. The applicant shall demonstrate and provide in writing and or by drawing how it shall effectively screen from the view the base station, tower base, and all related facilities and structures of the proposed wireless telecommunications facilities. So to me, that implies your code expects some analysis and more localized resources. Is that how you would see it, man?
Yes. Yes.
So Matt, when you make the comment that, to take off on what Dave just asked you, when you make the comment that the DEC piece that you read to us at first applies to public spaces, identified public spaces. And the whole
What they
notion,
call inventoried resources.
and the whole notion of worrying about what somebody can see from the backyard is not contemplated in what you read to us. It sounds like what you see from your backyard or elsewhere is contemplated in the town code or is an additional piece that we need to take a look at.
Yeah, my interpretation of what Dave just read was that the intent of the code is to mitigate any visibility from nearby properties to the maximum extent practicable.
And
So
streets.
the applicant should look at, is the tower appropriately sited on the host property to maintain as much natural screening as possible, or has the applicant put in additional landscape screening, any other creative mitigation measures that could minimize the visibility or visual contrast of any remaining visibility as viewed from neighboring properties.
Well, here's, the problem is that there are some words here that are problematic. You're basically framing it as essentially a permitting issue and in particular a mitigation issue in terms of a permit. The specific language that, I mean, the second word of that section is an assessment. So it's talking, they're asking the applicant and ultimately the board for an assessment of the visual impact. And that language, which is in the code, is actually, of course, directly analogous, the words are the same, it's functioning as seeker. So even though it's not in seeker and it may not be in the DEC, the code itself is asking for something that essentially functions as a shadow seeker analysis, and therefore, since we don't want to do too many assessment analyses, it should be part of our seeker analysis, the assessment of the visual impact, et cetera, of the visual from abutting properties and streets. That's what the sentence says. And so it's very seeker-like in terms of what it wants us to do, in addition to, as you're pointing out, you know, at the tail end, mitigation. So, I mean, I think we've got marching orders, at least on the town level, to look at this from a, you know, in terms of assessing the impact on, for example, some of the people were talking about particular local roads that right in the HVR is on, and maybe the Granite Road or the next one. I mean, doesn't that, like, is there some reason why the DEC guidance document would preempt this?
No, no, absolutely not. The DEC guidance document does not limit the municipality from adding a higher level of analysis. What I should point out that the applicant did provide a number of photo simulations from Granite Road, quite a number, as well as images of alternative tower color. They also showed a different tower type, a lattice frame, which I don't know whether that's continues to be considered. But those could be interpreted as addressing the code's requirement for additional
And we
analysis.
should use them in addition to inventory, the review from inventory resources, under the code, we should use that as part of our declaration of as part of our review of significance.
Yes, you could require additional analysis that such as line of sight profiles from adjacent homes to show the depth of existing vegetation to remain, or effectiveness of landscape planting around the complex.
And there is black letter seeker law that essentially says seeker is looked at as a community impact and not necessarily an impact on individual property. So we do have to, and that's the law. So we do have to be somewhat careful there, but clearly we need to be looking at this as something greater than just state inventory resources such as the.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Comments from
I have a question.
the rest of the table?
I have a question for Matt. Matt, this is just kind of a technical question for the, looking at 26P, 27B, and 28B. And where the existing photos have the tower or the lift with the balloons, and then the tower is simulated in slightly a different position. I'm just curious why that is. Is that just compensating for the base or something?
I'm sorry, Peter, could you repeat the?
Yeah, 26B is probably the easiest one to see, 26B. The existing, you see the man lift with the balloons on it.
Yes.
And then 26B with the simulated condition, the pole is to the right.
Yes.
Is it, and there are a couple other sets like that. I'm just curious, is that offset?
Yes.
Opposite
Yeah,
base.
the applicant put in their original visual assessment that the man lift could not be.
Oh, so you
Put exactly where the tower was because of existing vegetation, so it was offset by, I think,
Okay.
50 feet, which is exactly what my modeling.
Okay,
came up
I
with.
thought it was an offset, but I missed that part. Okay.
Yeah, just using the benchmarks of the 3D modeling. Where I placed the tower was a little bit different from where the applicant placed the tower, or where the balloons were.
Yep, got it.
Were flowing, very close. Nothing that I would take issue with.
Right, okay.
How do we deal with a comment from a number of people that their pictures were missing? I mean,
It's in the memo that I wrote.
it's in that chart.
And well, there's also a letter that precedes it, which basically
Right,
states that.
I do remember that. I have it in
Um,
my pile here somewhere.
for the interest of, we can't. There was predetermined photo locations and we use those to make our determination. And we can't always rely on outside photos unless it's provided by someone who's a professional photographer. And so we need to be able to verify the information that's taken in. Which is what, and then I list out the reasons why. Like, I get it,
But a lot of the photos that were submitted by the public were photos that we already had.
Okay, so
I also remember seeing photos that like were 400 mm. And I know a lot of people took them and they probably were upset that they weren't included, but they're not reliable. Like they can't be used for any purpose. To have a focal length of 400 mm, you know, that's a pretty significant zoom.
Can I ask a question? Would it be possible, can we make that document public that shows
Yeah,
the photos?
Yeah. I don't know if it showed.
I don't show the photos, I just, because they were on the website, I just listed who submitted it. And
The reason.
the reason.
Well,
And is that publicly available
can I
now?
just have a
Yes.
follow-up
Yeah.
question on that? The purpose of the balloon test and the public's viewing of the balloon test and photographs, if that's what it comes down to. Is to identify locations from which the tower would be visible, not necessarily what it's gonna look like, as Matt has explained in a number of different ways, right? So, I mean, does it matter what the focal length is, if a person is standing in spot A and takes a picture of the
Yes.
balloon?
Oh, yes, huge.
But isn't it just, is it, no matter what, isn't it just all line of sight? No.
Well, because what you're doing is, think of putting a pair of binoculars on and getting the view from your binoculars of a deer that's in the woods. Now, you're gonna see it pretty clearly if it's at that type of focal length, but now if you're, you know, whatever, the regular focal length, 50 minutes, you're barely gonna see it.
But my point though is that it's a red balloon.
Right.
So if I can see it from wherever with whatever lens that I have, it's a line of sight. Nothing's, in other words, either something's blocking me or nothing's blocking me. If nothing's blocking me, I can show it and it doesn't matter
But
what
it's
the
not an
lens is,
accurate-
I can see it
It's a
directly.
400 mm lens.
It's not an
Show
accurate
up the whole.
representation of your eye.
Say again,
It's not an accurate representation of your eye.
I'm not trying to represent, I'm trying to identify a spot from which I can see the balloon.
Fine, but then you have to
But then-
analyze it.
Then
whether
it's also exacerbated because you're zoomed in.
But we're not using that we're not using that to, in other words, we're not using that to assess the depth of the impact. We're just saying this is where I can see it from.
Then we can put locations that on a map, these are locations, but you should not simulate them because you're gonna corrupt the
I'm not-
record.
I get
Okay.
that, but
That's
that's,
what- okay.
that locations are the purpose of the balloon test, right? That's
Yeah.
what it's for.
To verify basically your view shed analysis, which is your preliminary analysis saying, this is where we think it should be visible, then you go into the field. Exactly.
So it's important, so if I have, even if it's taken with the wrong lens, if I can see the balloon, and if for some reason that was at variance, let's say, with what the computer simulation showed, I would want to know that, wouldn't I?
I think so. I mean, I don't have a problem with that, but I think like, Mickey said. A lot of the locations that were taken with some of these photographs that aren't appropriate for simulation, we had already, so
You had
they're
them
in
in
there,
there.
yeah.
So the photos were all on Unicollab.
Yeah.
Right, Stacy, you and Peter worked on, they're all there.
all there.
Everything's there. And I have a list here to answer your question. It's a letter from Tectonic, dated September 29th, and then there's a whole chart here. By person, Troy Harrison, I remember her speaking, Michelle Hertz, Iris Stern, and Catherine Kriebik. All their pictures and why they weren't used in the photo simulation.
That's good.
Is that on Unicolor? When I check.
I don't know, check,
I
I
don't
think
think
that,
I
yeah.
see.
Looking at it,
It is.
I've read that today.
yeah,
It's on Unicollab, it may not be in a easily to, an obvious place, but it's there.
yeah, and just to just step back a minute, I think the intent, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that a 50 mm lens? It's actually normal vision would be a little bit less than that, but 50 mm lens is on a full frame camera is considered a normal view for a human eyesight. And so like the camera that I use is a full frame lens with a 50 mm lens. I think the camera you guys used was an APS sensor, which is a smaller sensor, so it had a crop factor, so you have to adjust. The
Yeah,
50
we
50
take,
mm lens and that is
we
equivalent.
took
to
it around 33. to
Right, so
compensate
50 is
for the
equivalent to
1.5.
75, so you have to compensate for that, which you can do with any camera. As long as you have the data of where it was taken from and with what sensor and what lens it was. If you
Yeah.
don't have that, then it's a guess.
Talking about this before the balloon.
Yeah, we did, we said it.
Did we put it in the public
We did.
notice also, the instructions on the
Yeah.
meter?
Exactly, definitely
It's definitely on the website, yes,
Publicly, okay, that's what I.
yeah.
Yeah, so I would say, certainly the photos that the public took are of some value. And they are part of the record because they are all on the town's website, available for the residents to review, for the board to review. There may be some value in that those photographs, if the precise location is known, could corroborate or refute the view shed. If those photographs were taken from a place where the view shed says you can't see it, there would be value in, and that the board could interpret the information available to them. Now, if the precise locations are not provided, then they really need to be discarded. If they are not taken with a 50mm or 50mm equivalent from a crop frame sensor camera, then they should not be considered to imply scale for sure. But as far as corroborating whether a line of sight exists or not, they can be useful with that. And I'd be an interesting exercise to plot those locations on the view shed map and see where the discrepancies might be.
Yeah, I mean, David's point is good, that I mean, the point of 50mm lens is, could somebody stand there and reasonably see it with the naked eye?
Right.
But the David's point, so he could stand there with binoculars and see it from another place, you know, it would be more visible.
Well, it's also that, again, this is there's two, what Matt's explaining is that there's two levels here. One is just where can we see it from?
Right.
And then the second is what does it look like? Which is the ultimate, well, the ultimate thing is it a significant adverse impact? But then the middle thing is, what does it look like from various different locations? What I was suggesting is that the first question, where can I see it from? It doesn't matter what lens I'm using, because what you're trying to verify is a line of sight. And in particular, and Scott even mentioned this, and I mentioned it as well, if that location can be verified, and if in fact that you can see it is inconsistent with what the computer predicts using the landscape and using the vegetation, you have an important data point at that point. So that's what I was driving at, but that's the point, which is, and point that these gentlemen are making as well, is that we can't use it for, if it's not the right lens, et cetera, we can't use them for visual simulation, but it can be used to verify that line of sight. That was the point I was making.
Correct.
Would I be accurate in saying it, and we'll keep going maybe for another 15 minutes, would I be accurate in saying that based upon the DEC criteria for evaluating visual impact, you as an expert and me as a neophyte, with a great deal of subjectivity, what I saw on the screen and what I saw in the photos that I looked at that you did over the weekend, they don't rise to the level of significance that's in the DEC description, which is equals seeker significance. Where that falls apart is the other piece of it, which is the town code.
Yeah,
where a different conclusion would have to be made that.
I want to jump in here, and you know, Matt he consults all over the state, and the code and the DEC guidance is written for, you know, the towns outside of, and pick your part of the state that you want. Our code, better or for worse, reflects a substantial sensitivity to these structures in this town, depending, I suppose you could say, depending on where it is, and we can always take that into account, but there's a number of provisions of the code, including the one that Dave pointed out that we read, but there's others as well, including the, you know, it comes out to a 95-foot height requirement. There's also, they load in directly that we can grant a waiver from that, so there's a lot in there, but there's a lot in this code that's telling us that, and the public is telling us too, for whatever, you know, however much you want to credit it, that there's a sensitivity to this. And seeker is not one level fits the whole state. I mean, a flooding incident that could be in a populated area is going to be more significant than a flooding incident, you know, out in the wilderness. And
Dave, could I share something that might be
please.
helpful? So I have experience before preparing environmental reviews, environmental impact statements. And it was working for the city of New York, but we were undertaking projects that were in that were outside of the 5 boroughs. They were in other
Small towns in the watershed.
However, the state environmental quality review has its guidelines and requirements. The city of New York has a city environmental quality review, seeker, that's said the same way, that is far more restrictive and has numerous additional categories. When we were undertaking environmental reviews outside of the city, we used the city's standards, even though we were in a different location. And I mention this because we're talking about, well, is the state primacy? And what I'm sharing is that we used our city's guidelines, even though we were in a location where the city's environmental quality review was not jurisdictional, if that makes sense. But because as an applicant, we were the city, that's the standards that we use for our environmental reviews. And in this case, we're talking about the town standard. And what I'm sharing is that in my experience, we had more restrictive local standards that were applied when undertaking an
And in
environmental.
particular, because seeker is not just a legal requirement in its own right, seeker is also an informational gathering requirement. And part of what we have to do on the planning board is to comply with our code. And our code has these things in it that we have to look at, including the waiver. And so we may want a finer level of informational requirement. To the extent seeker is an informational statute, which it primarily is, it's not primarily regulatory, it's primarily informational. We have to, if we aren't sure that there's not going to be a substantial adverse environmental impact, we have to ask for more information. And we've done it with the applicant now for several months, and we made it, and ultimately the declaration of significance is whether we need to do it again in the form of an EIS. And so I just want to point that out, that the code does drive us a little bit as seeker, as
Yeah, I mean,
city
we were
code to
applying,
do.
so it was, we were upheld to whichever was most restrictive, so if the
Or
state
more
had.
stringent.
But as the city, everything inherently was more restrictive, so we didn't think too much about it, but we did have to make sure we met all the standards for the state review, of course. But then we also met the standards for our local review, and it feels like that's sort of what's happening here, that there's a state, obviously seeker,
Yeah,
but then the town has established a level of review that is also required
Yeah.
to the, however we interpret that standard.
Yeah,
So that looked like this.
But when I wrote this memo, which I realized most of you didn't see in time, I was making the presumption you were close to getting all the information you need to start making an assessment. Because it's gonna come a point where, do you have enough information?
I wasn't asking for more information. I'm really asking for.
Well, it sounds like this line of sight issue needs to be resolved.
Well,
Is there some, missing spots in the map, view shed maps, right? With some of the line of sights, I don't know, and perhaps you need some more localized information, or we need to look at those photos, but there is the open question of Rick and I talked about, back to this PC issue. Matt Shook, the chief of staff there, has been the more consistent staffer. Laird weighed in that one memo, and I don't think we've heard from him since. But Matt Shook Rick asked me to communicate with him. He's essentially said, which I put in the memo, he states specifically, generally PIPC park staff don't usually weigh in on significance in any objective way. We raise concerns and then rely on the planning board to make a determination. However, he offered to send it to their analytical staff and
What did he mean
in
by
the
that?
central office. It's just a statement. I don't know what it means.
I did read that.
To my point, you've got a couple, since the clock's ticking and Rick said, let's do 15 minutes, 5 minutes ago. You've got two procedural questions that I'm hoping you can get to. One is, do you want to have Matt refer it to central staff? He's basically saying, you need to ask me, and I'll send it to our parks analytical staff. Which he's not gonna do normally.
Right.
Second, you've got to get it to the county planning board at some point. And I think you're there. Because you've got to get to this point of doing the actual assessment. I mean, we've had a methodological debate for months. I think at some point you need to resolve that and feel you've got a huge amount of information. I mean, we're tipping over 200 files now in Uniclam. on this. It's, the question is, when do you want to sort of get to the point of assessing?
Yeah, the elephant on the table that I heard tonight was the reminder of the town code, that 140-29. When I was obsessing with the broader definition, DEC definition, it was like, all right, does this really rise to that level of significance as mentioned in that description of how to do the evaluation? But when I was reminded by Dave about the code 140-29, I said, wait a minute, that's sort of a big elephant on the table.
And you've got to look at what is it visible and should it be screened from Granda Road, from adjoining properties? Your code clearly states that that's something you have to factor in.
Yeah, we definitely need to consider that, and I think that we should. I think it would be remiss if we didn't reach out to Matt Shook.
I agree 100%.
All right,
Can
so-
I make a motion that we
Go
send
ahead,
it to?
make a motion.
May I make a motion that we send the information, or we request Matt Shook to review the information?
Second, Dave Roberts, all in favor? Aye.
Because
that-
they are the landowner, you know, if you're using the state guidance, they are the landowner who is going to be, you know, affected by the impacts, loss of, you know, supposed loss of usership, impacts to the usership, and it would be very helpful to have them with.
You know what I'd like to add to
And
that?
he did say it'll be quick.
Yes.
I would like to
But
add
if
to
you
that.
reach out to him,
If they can do it, it'll be quick.
I would like to add to that. I mean, he works for Laird or Laird works for him. I could
He
never
works
figure
for
it out.
He's Laird
Works-
chief of staff.
So who works for who? This guy works for Laird?
Yes.
Correct.
I would sure as heck like an understanding of what Laird was talking about, because I don't see any.
Driving it.
I don't see any indication that there were any photos ever produced that we have that indicates the level of significance that he was talking about in his letter.
Well, when Dave reaches out to him,
Why don't we put it in
perhaps
his
you
letter?
could post that. My understanding is, maybe Matt prepared the letter for Laird's signature. That's what I recall back in the, you know, that was months ago. But when you reach out to
But-
Matt, ask him if
But he
could-
says
yeah, if he
that
could
his people told
qualify,
him,
quantify that statement.
let's find out
Yeah,
and what,
Needs to be reconciled. I agree with you.
we need to find out what the hell he's talking about.
Sorry,
All right.
we agree, I was gonna mention that a while ago, because if I thought Minnewaska folks were taking pictures because we were so far away. There might have been some access issues with snow, I don't remember, they were gonna take pictures. And so the fact that there are no pictures concerns me, I would personally, as the applicant, like that corrected, because. If there's litigation one way or the other. I don't have to deal with that issue of, well, this guy said it, but he's got no clue what he's talking about. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we gotta get that correct one way or the other.
I would go farther whether or not we ever get to litigation. In addition to PIPC sort of being the landowner that's affected, I would take that like at least one big step further. They are speaking for this, for the interest of the people of the state in the preservation of the area. And so if they're going to, I mean, we respect everybody's opinion and all the comments we get, but when PIPC weighs in on a project like this, that is something that, in terms of our declaration of significance, I would think that the board would want to take it pretty seriously.
Agree, oh, absolutely.
And therefore, we need to know exactly what they mean and how much they really are weighing in. If they've been ambiguous, we should nail
But
it down.
Dave, when we send this letter off, I want the letter from Laird to go to what's his name, Shrug also.
Hatchet.
And just be as blunt as possible. What are you talking about? And where's the pictures to prove it?
Well, we should go to Shook, right, rather than.
Yeah, it's gonna go to Shook there and then it'll go to Lynn.
I'd like to know.
And Shook offered the seeker, you know.
Well, I don't know what the politics might be or might not be, but you got two people talking for the same organization and then that's, one is being Shook sounds a little bit more reasonable and Laird is making a statement of significance and we can't find the pictures.
There's no need to speculate, but you've got some current and former government employees here. I certainly felt the effects of a certain elected official pontificating on something without talking to staff. And the next thing you know, you had to point out some realities of what's on the ground. I And that was in April, and a lot's happened since then, right?
The other thing that I'm wondering, the other stakeholder would be the New York State Scenic Byways. I know I made contact with them, you made contact with them. I'm
We
not
tried.
sure.
We tried, Helena.
Hmm?
We tried.
I know, but I'm just wondering if they need to weigh in if we have to reach out with data.
We
to them.
tried.
It's the Landscape Architecture Bureau at DOT. I don't know, Matt, have you dealt with DOT landscape architecture at all?
No, I've never run across a person from
I had the names.
Byways Division.
Oh, we got the names.
Is PIPC an interested agency?
Yes.
Yes, because they're the parent of Minnewaska State Park, right?
What, PIPC?
CIPC is the regional office
So
of
that,
State
that
Park.
even, that even underlies.
Yeah,
so-
they are the landowner and New York State Parks is
All right, so we had
Probably
a,
appropriate for us to coordinate with them to the.
We had a
so
motion.
We know what they're talking.
we had a motion, we had a second. Did we vote on it?
Yes, we did.
No, we didn't vote on it.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Okay, we did. The second thing,
Then the other party is what do you want to do with county planning?
I want to get, I think we have enough information to send it to county planning. So I'll make the motion to send it to county planning. In the hopes that we can make the November first Wednesday of November meeting.
This is
Like
the
that.
general municipal law required referral.
239 and
Anybody want to second that?
I'll say.
Jennifer? All in favor?
Aye.
And that'll be,
We'll try to get it out. Today's Tuesday. Let's try to get it out for Friday.
where we
I think the
at.
deadline for November is the 22nd.
Okay. So I can work on that. Peter or someone can help me isolate down we gotta figure out in both cases how to point them to the right files.
No,
Or can we
mean,
send them the
we could
files?
just tell county to look at it all. But I think we want Palisades to look at the visual,
Yeah, I guess so.
and I don't. I don't know if you've bundled that, right, Stacy, the visual stuff? In Munich Lab?
I believe so, yeah,
There's a
Okay,
lot of.
if someone should just give
as best as I
help to-
could.
to point in the right direction.
You can click on like, you can either send a link to a whole section, or if there's a specific file, you can share a link to it. There's a share
Can
button
you?
that pops up a link, and you
Okay.
can send that link.
I think we want to send it to the whole file, the whole folder.
Okay,
To PIPC.
Yeah.
To the county, we should send,
they want you're obligated with the county to provide a full statement, is what the law says, which is everything.
everything up to including everything that you need to do the declaration of significance.
They're gonna love this one.
I'm sorry.
Got one.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I know I'm fighting, I think other people, I think we have to wrap this up.
I have one more thing I want to bring up, which I think is a fairly important one, which is the real estate. It was mentioned a bunch of times by the public today. And I think the real estate, the last one we had was the evaluation or comparison of values was from Athens or Athens.
well, it actually included 5 different communities.
Yeah,
Athens was one of them, because it's hard to find
yeah.
the communities. So, yeah, it was like Clifton Park, it was Newburgh, it was Athens, it was, 2 other ones.
Is there anything that could be done that's closer and more relevant to it here?
I could
I mean, 'cause I
ask,
know there
but-
are other cell towers of Socrates, Gardner.
Yeah.
So I think that, just because I'm not comfortable looking at those values and just saying there are concerns from the public about, real estate values, and I think we have to consider that.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
There was no evidence provided by the public, but I'll ask the question. I mean, listen, I'm just being the advocate. The law is pretty clear. You have evidence, you have opinions, and I've litigated the issue where you have appraisals, like kind of what we submitted. And you can even have real estate opinions that come in, and the court says you really can't consider real estate opinions.
Right.
But I understand, you're in a different position, you're not a court.
Right, but aren't you supposed to provide us with that information?
I did provide it though.
But not for an area that's relevant to here.
We think it is.
Okay.
We think it is, but I could also ask the appraiser to say, hey, he knows the area. Can you provide anything?
Because there's a big variety, but even in Ulster County, the different towns in Ulster County.
No, I understand.
So.
I'll ask the question.
What's that?
I agree with you.
I'll ask the question.
I did, at Rick's request, I did a little research a while back. I don't know if that got shared. These were local. There was a appraisal company that looked at all of, I think it was Delaware. The body of academic research on this is, yes, there's a perceived decline of value, but it's not borne out in sales data. That basically people say, yeah, I'm not gonna buy that property, but somebody always does. But there is evidence, mostly anecdotal, in the academic research I saw, that there can be localized impacts. If you're right next door,
yeah,
it could affect value, sure.
And that's our experience. That's why we submit these studies, because you can go to the internet and find a lot of things. But when you have actual real people that are certified by the courts to do this for a living, then, we work with one, and I worked with them even before on other matters. They just says, the data's not there to prove that there's any real decline. And that's why we submitted it. But I'll ask.
Except extremely local.
It can be, yeah.
In some
It
cases.
can be, yeah, exactly. So, but I'll ask the question. I've worked on some of those Howard and Socrates and all that. One other thing before we leave, I don't want to throw this out there. I don't want to keep anybody. But going to Dave's point about the town concerns of seeker and visibility, there are drone photos that we did in the record. There should be in the record. If not, we'll get them, but I'm pretty sure we submitted them. That will show you 360 degrees. And if you can see the house, then the house can see the tower. So that's really the best way to show you what's visible and not visible. But I think the town can certainly rely upon that.
It is, but I looked at it a couple of times today, as a matter of fact, just because I was curious about it. And one of the drone photos was more tilted up than down, so you couldn't really see down. It was more sky than ground. And the second one was moved pretty fast. It was not easy to.
Maybe we could slow it down.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It wasn't as easy to determine as.
Okay.
Okay. Is everybody,
Post, yeah.
Touchy enough, I didn't remember saying aye.
I'm not, I'm good for number. There's so much information that could come across my desk. Stacy's been trying to get all of it out onto Unicode and separate email, so. Hang in there. There's a recent letter from Scott having to do with the whole issue of RF, the law around that. Was that the one you sent me today?
I sent two today. So Brendan did a response to Dick Comey's analysis, and I think I told you, and because we included that, but I also compared the CVs because Bob Berg was suggesting that Brendan wasn't qualified. We gave you his CV, and it's my analysis. It's a comparison. Obviously, it's up for you. But I maintain Dick Comey is not an RF expert, never has been, never will be, because I've also known him for 30 years. So
If I may, I would suggest to all the parties that we have quite enough information on the comparative credentials of everybody. I was a little disappointed to see who's not a PE, but having said that, I've already advised the board that we're taking all the comments from everybody and we're gonna evaluate, and the board can make its own determination. Appreciate all the information.
Yep.
So
I recommended you
guys
consider the comments.
you guys have the First Amendment right to submit more.
No.
documents, but
I'm only responding to the neighbor's attorney. And we at the end of the letter said, if you're gonna consider the comments, please do, because they don't make really much sense.
we've got a lot of.
I know you do.
Also, you guys will be, we should talk about this, but to the extent I have to spend several hours looking at these things, it's gonna.
I understand, but I have to, if I'm gonna be accused of and called names in letters, I'm gonna respond.
Oh, come on. Sticks and stones will break you.
Oh, I Aye.